see that. Lovely. Okay, now we are officially live. Alrighty then, shall we see how well I can do at my own game? Let's click on close here, and we have A-N-D space W-H-A-T space I-S space G-O-O-D space A-N-D space T-H E space M-O-M E space N E V E R space space B A N D E R S N A T. Oh, my timing is off. Let's see here. C H. Yeah, usually the latency I need is not 47, it's usually like a 20 something. So maybe that's why it felt a little bit off to do. And that's not an excuse on why I got 52% accuracy. And Bandersnatch. It is not a real word from my understanding. A few of these are mixed up and mashed up of poems of Dr. Seuss, where an entire poem was just random words that didn't exist. And hi, A the Ant. Welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in E. Let's go ahead and grab our dish here, and we can serve it to the customer. Hello, customer. Here is your dish. Eat it. Enjoy it. Once they have, they'll wipe their little mouth, and then they're ready and off to go. There are more things that are being added to the game. For example, the antagonists, which shall be... I was supposed to say customers. The antagonists, which shall be ghosts, they'll have the ability to mess around with the player and mess up everything in a way, but non-destructive, because the ghosts here aren't angry, they're not vengeful, they're just very curious and want to follow you around. It's like how can I describe it? It's like how they're like sharks, where they're very dangerous, but they're more curious than anything. And the way that sharks, in order to understand something, and since they don't have any hands, they have to use their teeth to understand it. That's like that, where they're harmless, or their intentions are harmless, but they themselves are not very harmless. Let me go ahead and click on this guy here, click on this guy here. We can then go ahead and close the game here. There we are. And I can bring you into Godot here. From Godot, I should be able to click on play here, and I should be able to show you, as I have been doing some things off stream this time around, where I had wanted to make sure we had a good shader version of an outline. And I'll explain what I mean by that in just a second here, as I click this guy here, and then I click this guy here. And usually it's the customers that make the server's life unrealistic but nice twist. Everyone's pretty up to date and kind. The thing is that this is a hidden cafe, so if anyone spilt the beans, then the entire cafe would be shut down. And hi Paula, welcome to the stream, welcome in. And honestly, at some point someone will turn Obsidian into a game engine. That would be neat. I have seen Obsidian used so many different ways. That would be super duper neat. Let's go into levels here, and then if I bring you into our tutorial here, what you'll notice right away is that now the tutorial starts in the kitchen instead of the cafe. And the idea here is that we're going to teach the player how to spellcast first before serving the customers. So the game will prompt you to move behind the desk here, and you'll do so. You'll move behind the desk, you'll hold down Q. Instead of getting the entire sheet, now calibration exists here. Not only that, the skulls have now been moved to spaces, so the player will go through calibration. Once calibration has been completed, you'll also be able to see that the player has the option to restart. You can't see it behind the the brown box in the front, but right beside continue is a restart. So there's restart, reset, and continue. So now the player has the ability to change the calibration entirely. Once the calibration has been finished, they'll move on to the next section of the of the tutorial, and this is the part which we have been working on. Excuse me. And this is where the thing we've been having a little bit of trouble with has been going on. But the good news is that for the most part, it's been doing things. So what we now need to work on, if I bring you back to the main menu here, and I bring you back into our guy here, what you'll notice is that when I spawn in a customer, we have this guy here. And when I go near the customer, look, they have a little highlight. So this will show the player what things they can interact with. We'll also have something pop up on screen to say, hey, you can interact with this thing. That's why the box, the blue and, I was about to say orange, the blue and red box up there in the top left exists. That's a tester for what will happen. Ooh, shiny, isn't it? So now we have customers here that will allow us to see. Not only that though, I want it to be the case that the player can also do this for the food. And this is where I was having a little bit of trouble, but I did make an outline that didn't have the thing at the very top. So now we have a working outline. It's still a little bit messy in the sense of I disabled all outline bits at the bottom. So it's in everywhere else but the bottom. And I don't know if you can see it technically because it's quite small, but there's no bottom outline. There's a top, there's a side, there's a left, but there's no bottom. But I think for our purposes, especially since this is still prototype, it works. So as long as it works. What I was working on, once I figured out a good shader, is that now I want to make it so that these items here have an outline when you go near them.
So that's what we'll be starting off and doing, to see if we can add a little outline to these guys when we get near them, like what happens with the customers. So that's what we'll be doing. And by the way, I might need to patch up the outlines because the feet outlines are cut off. Yes, the feet outlines should be cut off. That is the case, Pala. The thing is, usually, at least when you're doing pixel art, if you remove the outline at the bottom, it makes the object feel like it's more in the scene. So if I added outlines to the bottom of the feet, it would feel like maybe that the customer's floating. So I removed the bottom outline to make sure it feels as though they're still in the world. As I say usually, but it's really more so to taste. I've noticed that I like it when there's no outline at the bottom. And I mean, if the feet are normally under the table, it's fine. No, this is intended, I assure you. This is 100% intended. It's why, for example, the outlines on my flower pots are also no outline at the bottom. So it's only an outline on the edges. And I just remember the feet outline showing at the top. Yep, the feet outline at the top has been removed, thankfully, but unfortunately, I had to remove the outline below the hat. You can kind of see it below the trim, or at the very top of the hat where it kind of looks a little bit broken. I have not been able to fix that, but I did fix the feet problem, so I'm calling it done temporarily for now. And let's see, did I miss anything else? I don't believe so. I think we're all good to go. Yes, lovely. So let's go ahead and close this guy here. And we need to figure out how to make these guys here have an outline. If I go into our music here, I can go ahead and re-enable it so that you have some music to listen to. And then what I can do here is I can enable our task guy here to keep us on track. So I'll enable this guy here. And then we'll go ahead and do a little squiggly line for clear there. Oh, that's not a wrong guy. I don't know what that did. Oh boy, I don't know what that did at all. And just put a fluffy carpet when they enter. Nobody will suspect a thing. Nobody's gonna know. The thing is, maybe, and I doubt I'll want this, but imagine a customer that runs around the cafe or something. There's a lot that could happen, or maybe I'm just thinking too much in terms of scope. Let me grab this guy here. Let me go to Godot Games here, and let me go to Oh, also, removing the bottom outline also fixed the bit at the top. So that's another reason why the bottom outline, it seems to be the case that it's a good idea that it was removed. Let me let's see here. If I grab you here, there we are. And I open you here, we should have it open. That should allow us to do that thing there. And after that, let me make sure we have a good save. That way, if anything does break, we are able to go back in time. That's super duper important. And while that's loading, let me grab this guy here and let me set our current current task here to make objects in range of highlight. That is what we want it to do. And I think I'm making it harder than it needs to be, as we do have a way currently for the player to detect when things enter their range. So we just need to find out how the game's classifying the dishes here, as well as the sprites here for things like the cocoa or the cake. So I think what we'll start off by doing is we'll go ahead and open up our player sprite here, and we'll check the code, and I think we'll have it print out whatever bad comparison function sorting will be broken. Huh? I have never heard of such a thing. Let's see here. We go to player, and then we should be able to find here if item interactable in range. You can also see here if object is interactable. I want to print out instead, as this guy here is supposed to be where we remove the highlight or add the highlight here in our objects, but our objects aren't getting highlighted. And task sacrifice your only heir to the cat god. What? Hold on now. That sounds a little bit that sounds violent. I don't like the sound of that. Let me click on this guy here too. We should be good to go. Lovely. Now that said, let me go ahead and I would like to print out the object. So print out object, object when the object range is entered. So we'll do that there. Print out object. We'll go ahead and then click on play here. Let's see what we get in the task. In a task, eat canned chicken pizza. I can't even say if it's good or not. I only said that I've heard of it, but I wasn't sure if I would ever try it. I'd like to at least once try most things. And I've tried a lot of things, disliked a lot of things, but I'm open to at least one attempt. We'll have here as we go along to this area. Let's see what happens when we grab an item here and we grab the bitter here. So attempting to give player, we will have to make it so the item that the player picks up is that's a good question. Should the thing that the player's holding be highlighted, or should it not? I think when they're holding something, it shouldn't be highlighted, but when they're near it, maybe it should be. And task, drink grass and dirt soda. Yes, those are both real sodas. I have heard of grass soda. Yeah, usually the dirt soda, I can believe it. I can definitely believe it. Now you must try it. I don't know if I want to, you know, it sounds like a terrifying thing to do. We go here and then we go out of here. It seems to be the case that the player is not detecting the item when we're in the range. How about here and here? No. Okay, hold on. Let's grab a bitter guy here. Let's grab a bitter guy here. I'm curious to see if it's only counting the objects that are the dishes once they're created. So if we finalize this, we have a fully created dish. If we go in the range of that, is that what it picks up? No. Huh, interesting. These guys aren't being picked up, which is quite odd. So let's go ahead here, and if object is interactable, and object target equals null or target equals self, we have item in range append. So we'll go ahead and we'll just do this guy here, and then let's go ahead and click on play. Make sure we're actually going into the function. Oh, hold on. Let me also make sure we can do in our, let's see, it's going to be our sandbox mode, I believe. We'll go into our sandbox mode, and we can enable the test table. That way the table's already completed when we spawn in. And we'll go ahead and click on play here, and then what we can say is, in our level here, and oh, you know what, we can also just start the game, or not start the game, but I could do, for example, here, and we have players entered, so we're not getting any, what is it called, breaks when we use that. And I can also just spawn in a dish, so I can spawn in a memory dish here, and oh, so dishes is what would be here. So dish gets spawned, and then this should print out the object. So we have here, as we go along at our breakpoint here, enter printout object. Aha! So it does print out the object. So the question then becomes, for an object here, we need to access the sprite in order to highlight the sprite. So if I go into my cafe here, for example, here we go for memory, as it should be called memory, I believe, M-E-M-O-R-Y, memory. It should be in our items, the memory cake. In our memory cake, it has a little guy here, our advanced sprite. So memory cake should indeed have a sprite. So we should be able to do memory cake dot sprite dot highlight. Let's see where this takes us, as I'm not too sure. And great thing about the canned chicken pizza crust, it tastes good. Actual quote from the recipe site, really? Well, I'm moving to YouTube because yes, I see. Well, welcome to YouTube side of things then. If I enter into this here, step into, we do have the highlight set instance parameter shader as highlight, and it should add the highlight. Interesting. So let's double check to make sure that we do have our shader enabled. If I type in outline here, we should have our outline. Yeah, our outline shader. And if we go into our dish sprite, this is, oh, okay, let's do memory should be cookies, I think. We should be able to scroll down here to our, let's see, you are an advanced sprite. So you should have a material. Yep, I should just be able to drag and drop your outline material here. So that material there, we should have product. We should have product, cookie dish. You do have a shader material on. That's good to go. And we have product here. That is an outline there. So cookie does have a shader material on. It's our outline guy here. And we got a genetically engineered pizza crust. Oh boy, that just sounds awful. Cookie, let's grab cake here. Our cake sprite, if we go to cake dish sprite here, you should too also have the outline shader. So let me drag this guy over here, drag and drop to here. These should also exist. Let's make sure that our cocoa, there's cake, and then there is cookies. And we did do cookies as well. So our cocoa, our cake, and our cookies should all have our outline shader. And if I go to here, it doesn't matter about any of these. The thing is, all of this code is working for the customers. So it should work. This is the entire shader code here. And this is what determines not adding the outlines for the bottom. And if I click on customer here, for example, you'll see it's basically, hold on. Oh, aha! I didn't copy over all of the thing. Hold on. Okay, I just then have to put the instance here, right? Instance, hold on, space, add that there. I think that's the only change then. That guy has the bottom outline added because our items do have the space to add a bottom outline. And, well, actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, if it exists on a table, it probably shouldn't have the bottom outline. Oh, that's tricky. Oh, that is super duper tricky. I guess we'll not, we won't include the bottom outline. I think that'll be for the best. So we'll just remove this guy here because this is the bottom outline. But the code for the customers and the regular outline was the exact same. So we'll save that there. And now, our sprite here, if we click on play, let's see what happens as I get a little bit of tea here. And the audacity of the freak who wrote it. Hold on, check. You haven't even tried it yet. You can't knock it until you try it. That's just rude. Let me go ahead and spawn here a dish, and we get here. Our dish has been added. If I go ahead and then skip this guy here, so let's see. Skip this guy here. Okay, so our dish does have an outline when we go near it. So now it becomes a thing of, I think everything's good to go now here. If we go ahead and remove this guy here, we then should be able to remove this guy here. I think our dishes are good to go. So if I click on play, let's see what happens. All the dishes, all the completed dishes now should have an outline when you're near them. So if we go into here, we should be able to see when we spawn, for example, here, a memory dish, that we have an outline here when you go in and out. We can also then spawn another dish. So spawn dish from customer order. We'll do spawn dish here, spawn dish. We can spawn a cookie here as well. We can also spawn, let's see here, I think a 2. What does a 2 give us? Cocoa. Yes, so cake, cocoa, and cookie all have a little outline now. And we can also spawn a second guy here to double check to make sure that they also go individually. So yes, all of them have a little outline now, which is lovely. And also, good afternoon. Hi, Ame. Welcome to the stream. Welcome in. And welcome back as well. And thank you, Erish, for sharing the site. I know it's gonna consume me like that one ring. Oh, hold on now. Pizza with sausage crust. I never agreed to this. Sausage crust. I think that's taking it a little bit too far. I can only imagine the amount of calories. And what if it was pickled feet? No, I have lines, all right? It's not like I would say, yes, I'm willing to try anything once. All right, then eat this dirt. That's not how this works. That's not how this works at all. Oh boy, the good news is that all our objects are now being highlighted. And no, wait, I eat that. the sausage or the feet, Chapel? Okay. Just let's double check. Am I good or not? Most likely a question. What does the mini game look like? I don't think I've seen it yet. No worries. At the end, I can show you. Hold on. If I go ahead and click on here, I should then be able to, I believe, mute our music very quickly. The rhythm mini game looks a little something like this. We do BEWARE space T, and then let's see, HE space M Y space SO. Oh, that was a big miss. N, okay, space THE space JAWS space K, and then THA T space B ITE comma space T HE space CLAW. Look at all those purples. Purples mean perfect. And then S. Yeah, 83%. Why'd you look at that? That's the rhythm typing aspect. And as you go along in the game, there will be more rhythm songs you'll be able to lock. Right now, there's only one, but if you would like to give it a try, I can also do this! NECROTYPE. There we are. And let me go ahead and mute this game again and enable the music here. There we go. And let's see here. And you showed me rock bottom and you surprised I'm digging further down. And hi, the Voltic Ace. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in, and welcome back. And I hope your weekend is pretty swell. It has been wonderful so far. Thank you. I hope you can say the same too. And beware the son, or beware thee, my son, the jaws that bite the claws. You know what? That does actually sound like poetry. Most of these poems here are well, not most of them. They're all placeholders that I copy and pasted and kind of removed some and added some from different ones. So the fact that this actually doesn't sound that bad it's quite neat. And let's see here, and I did read that, I believe, as well. And pickled pig's feet is something. I know pig feet is something at the very least. And let's see. Did I miss anything else here? I don't believe so. Lovely. That said, you click finalize, and now we have the object that. Oh, look at that. We're not getting the highlight when we have the object spawned, but these guys here have the highlight. What say you, huh, Dish? Huh, you want to talk about it? Why don't you have a highlight? How odd. Let's see here. We have cafe. Oh, you know what? I think maybe it's because the object exists on a desk. For example, I think if it exists on something, so if I grab this cocoa here and I put it down, can I then have it, or... I see. Yeah, I think that's the case. You're there. You are picked up. I can't drop you down now, but that's a little broken. All right, we'll have to fix that. And the sound design is pretty rad. Thank you, Saeed. Thank you. I've made all the music you can hear. The little click clacks, things of that nature. The click clacks, the keyboard sounds when you type. That's from my computer. I made the keyboard sounds, but most of everything else, the sound effects, I did not make. But I will take appreciation for the music. And mother, what is the job bite the coin? Oh boy, let's go ahead and fix the dishes so they work correctly. And it's not the highlight, it's the germs from throwing the food on the floor. That's a fair point. The thing is, the cake has a little bowl, so it's not bowl, plate. The cake is on a cake's on a cake. The cake is on a plate, the cookies are on a plate, and the cocoa is cocoa, and even that's on a plate. So it's not as if we're putting the food on the floor. And you gotta remember too, this is a magical place, so I would believe she has like a magical broom sweeping in the background. And the Ellersky homies settle a bet. Would she prefer bones or boneless? When you're devouring the human within your cult and eat the bones or just eat the bone? What? Hold on now! There's no cult! There's no nothing! I have so many questions, I don't know if I want the answer to any of them. Oh boy, if we click on a bone or boneless, I don't like the sound of that one bit. Let's go ahead and when the player picks up the object, I want to remove the highlight. So let's have here our remove player, or rather the player should have like an item.give or an item.use. So do we have use here? So if I do control F and do use, is that it? Use here and there is no cult. Okay, sure, bud. It's legally not registered as a cult. There's none. You gotta eat the bones, right? Do you eat your own chicken bones? Huh? Do you eat the bones off of pork chops or beef or steak? No, you don't. But that's not to say you should have boneless. I don't agree to any of this. I want it on record. Oh boy. And let's see here. She prefers bones. She can expand her collection. It's called any cake on a cake and a bowls and something next. And it's because those don't need to pay taxes, but you eat meat off ribs. Yes, but you don't eat the bone. Let's see here. Well, the player use true. Where do we use the option, the item that's in the player? If we go back to here, let's see. We have spell casting. We should have item. Where do we use our item at? Match case, whole word. Where is item used at? Does she needs to move it to a tax state rate in Saris? Sometimes. What do you mean sometimes? And whether they're carrying vulture? But yeah, okay, vultures, but I'm no vulture, so that does not apply. Oh boy, collect item. We should also have here, on an item being collected, we have closest item. Let's then here have our closest item. So closest item, dot, and this is an item, so you should be able to pick it. Closest item dot sprite should have a sprite. Let's see, collect item. Closest item should be an interactable here. So let's see, our closest item is interactable. An interactable should have a sprite. If we go here, let's see. Follow, bounce, tween. Interactable, do you have a sprite? You should. You have interactable sprite. Yeah, your process collect, follow, bounce. What are you bouncing though? You're bouncing self. Yeah, you are an interactable. You should have a sprite of some sort here. I guess maybe if we grab the, how can we get the sprite of the interactable? The interactable, I think, is a script here. Interactable? Yeah, interactable is a script. So it doesn't have a sprite. So how do we assign the sprite then? Possibly to it to allow it to. Maybe that's it. And why not? They're so cool. Vultures are amazing, but I'm not one. Birds are great. And but just think here, some broth. You need bones. I don't like broth. I don't like really soups at all. Though I did have a lovely broccoli soup like the other month, and I do need to make it again. But all in all, not a fan of broth. Let's see. Bounce between here, between property. And what do you do when you eat a vulture? Have not. And okay, it eats its bones like it's a GoPro negotiation. Oh boy, I'm wondering, our interactable here has follow, we have bounce, we have target. Our item here, if we maybe do, let's see, because our cookie dish item here is an advanced sprite. Is an advanced sprite interactable? No, it's not. What guy uses an interactable? Our product sprite here, if we click on this guy here, is an advanced sprite. So we need to figure out something to do with that. An interactable. What is an interactable? Where are interactables? Is a cake dish an interactable? Is a product an interactable? Our product sprite here, are you an interactable? It says you're an advanced sprite. An advanced sprite here is, if I click on you here, this guy here, and you are not. So where are we using the interact is what I'm wondering. What sort am I looking for? What base is it? So does a cookie have an interactable, or is a cookie an interactable, or is an interactable a cookie? That's what I'm trying to find here, and I'm not too sure where. As the hope was in our player guy here, if we go to player here, in our player, you can see that I do dot, and I'm guessing because this sprite item has interactable, the closest item is dish, yeah. And then interactable here, we can see that this guy here, this doesn't have a sprite, and that depends on if you accept the cookie. I see what you did there, I don't approve. Oh my, let's see here. We have browns, we have global. I'm wondering, how can you check for the sprite? Our cake dish here, when we spawn in a cake dish, we spawn in a cake dish sprite. So this, we spawn in this sprite here. So cake dish sprite, it gives us a cake dish icon, and it also gives us an animation player. Yeah, and then we have cookie dish. We also have that there. It should be a product sprite, possibly. Our product sprite here is just the icon, but what is an interactable? That is what I'm trying to find. Let's see. If we do Control-Shift-F, maybe INTERACTABLE, and then we do whole word and match case, maybe we can find where we used it at. Like if we search for class, maybe? If I go up here, this is everywhere we use it. So our dish is an interactable. I see. Okay, that makes more sense. So anything that's a dish is an interactable. Okay, so we're going to need to say, or we're going to need to have some sort of function to check and remove our sprite, which shouldn't be too bad. And a best keto corned beef hash recipe? Ref, do you something? I get it. That just sounds awful. And a cookie is a cookie. Yeah. Food is food. Without that food. Oh boy, that depends on I did read that as well. Okay, keto corned beef hash? Corned beef that has been put through a hash table? I don't want anything to do with hash tables. I think I say no to that one. Let's go ahead and let's make a function here called highlight, HIGHLIGHT. A function for highlight here. Let's then do void. Or hold on, how do you make it so that it has to be virtual? VOID. I forget. In Godot, it's not called virtual, but it's a function where it's required that you fill it in. There's function here for highlight, and then there's a function for remove highlight. That's what I want to do. So function for highlight, and then function for remove _ highlight. I want to do that there. There we go. But I don't remember what the virtual guy is. And I just realized I downloaded your character template on itch in February. Oh, really? I can't say that. I believe since February there has been an update and then an attack animation. I'm currently working on a death and block animation, I believe. But that's so lovely to hear that the templates are spreading. That's very sweet to hear. Let me go ahead, and what I can do is... Oh, also, have you been hearing double music and I just haven't noticed? Let me click on that guy there. There we are. Now you shouldn't hear double if you did at all. Let me click on this guy here. What I want to do is see about Godot for VIRTUAL, virtual function, FUNCTION, virtual function. There we are. How to mark a method as a virtual function. Yeah, how do we do that? I forget. I know it's a new thing, I believe, in Godot. And let's see here. Yep, that's a virtual function. I want it to be the case that it's a required function. And that's what I'm not sure about doing. I don't remember how to do that. Godot 4, make function required for children. Godot 4, make function required for children. There we go. Godot 4, make function required for children. What is that called? Abstract. I see. Abstract function. Godot 4 abstract function. There we are. Godot 4 abstract function. To create an abstract function, let's see. Apparently, I think what you do is notice there's no colon at the end of the line. Now, the question that isn't a little bit unfortunate is I think you can only do an abstract function if you have an abstract class, and a function required for children's in this daycare. A function? Well, I guess it would be more so a building, wouldn't it? I don't think I can do here at and then abstract here and then do this here, abstract and then func here. I think it has to be a part of a... Oh, no. Hold on. Like that? Expected intended block after function declaration. Function this here? Like that? Class interactable is not an abstract but contains abstract methods. Mark the class as abstract or remove abstract. Yeah, see, abstract here marks a class as abstract. An abstract class is a class that cannot be instantiated directly. Instead, it is meant to be inherited by other classes. Attempting to instantiate an abstract class will result in an error. Nah. Okay, we'll just not do that. What we'll settle on is doing this guy here. And then we'll say, an interactable. Now, where else is interactable up here? We have an item for interactable here. Our bookshelf is an interactable, I believe. Hold on. Our bookshelf here, we have, let's see. And I made a daycare that can give a child structure. That would be school. Let's see here. Extends interactable. We have our dishes that extends interactable. We have an item that extends interactable. We have, let's see here. I got ya. So an item has a sprite by default, but for some reason, some of these don't, which is okay. That is understandable. So what we'll do is create a function here in our interactable, I think would be our best bet. And then we're going to go back down here and do all of those undo, undo, undos, and do's here. Redo that one here. And we're going to say utility dot print, that's not how you spell utility, is it? No, it's not. Hold on. We have utility dot print debug message, and we're going to say could this message should not appear. Hold on, it's all lowercase. This message should not appear. This message means the class has not been, the interactable class, the interactable class has not been instantiated. That doesn't sound right. Instantiated. Nope, that doesn't sound right either. Instantiated. Hold on, let's see. Instantiated. Instantiated. Hold on. Instantiated. Oh, that's weird. And AZ5 ingredient green chili cauliflower casserole? I'm not a fan of chili, but cauliflower casserole sounds delicious. First try! Now, I can't say, I have had cauliflower mac and cheese. That is delicious. There's also like a cauliflower hamburger mac and cheese that I have yet to try. But don't knock it until you try it. We have here instantiated, add a little period here, and then we'll do comma here. We'll do this guy as self, and then we'll go ahead and do here as well utility dot error, or debug color dot error. There we go. Error. There we go. And we'll save that guy here. Then we'll remove this guy here. And we'll also put it here. Error, this message means the interactable class has not been instantiated. And then we'll put here for highlight, for item, highlight, HIGHLIGHT, instantiated for highlight, and then remove highlight. For item highlight, and then we'll also put here for remove, REMOVE. And as long as you keep broccoli out of the food, I respect it. That's an interesting one. You're more of a cauliflower fan than broccoli then, check. Let me go ahead and save this guy here. From there, what we'll do is we'll copy this guy. And then let's go ahead first to our dish here. So we'll go to our dish boil here. And in our dish here, that is an interactable, we'll go ahead and just add this here. And we'll override those functions to do them on their own. So what we'll do here is in our, we should have a sprite here and then the sprite itself. Now, how do we select the sprite? We have sprite here, new sprite, and then we have sprite here. Yep, that guy here. Where are we gathering our sprite? Yes, our sprite. So we should just be able to do here our sprite dot. Let me do sprite dot highlight. So highlight, or we do sprite dot remove highlight. And then we'll go ahead and do you here, set you to be here, and we'll do remove highlight. So remove highlight. There you are, sprite dot remove highlight. Then we'll edit you here, remove you to be here, and save it. So now our dish knows how to do highlight. We also need to go to our items here and do it the same here. So we'll go ahead and just add this guy here for our sprite. So we'll add that there. And I believe it's dish, item, and is there anywhere else? No, I think it's dish and item. I wonder, no, we should be fine. We have interactable here and we have dish and item. Lovely. Okay. With that said now, I believe what we can do is back in our player. So back to the player we go. Back to player here. And hi, Lazy Love. Welcome to the stream. Welcome in. And congratulations on the 45 consecutive streak and burp. welcome in. And hello there. And I'm surprised you didn't go your favorite purple nipple. welcome in. Let me slide this guy where it should be here. And burp. Oh my, let's see if this guy here, welcome in. If we have, yep, I did read that, lovely. So we have here our item as well. And what I'm wondering then is, for example here, our product. Our product, P-R-O-D-U-C-T. Our product sprite here, what is it described as? Our product sprite, if we go to here, our product sprite is used where what I'm trying to wonder. Our product sprite is an advanced sprite here, but where are we using you at? If we do Control-Shift-F here and do P-R-O-D-U-C-T-S-P-R-I-T-E, and then we do find, we'll be able to find everywhere product sprite has been used, and it has not been used anywhere. Hold on. Product sprite. Did I spell it right? I did. Hold on, find here again. Nope, has not been used. You call a cake dish icon here. Yeah, I'm wondering, we have item here, which is this guy here. We have our product sprite, and we have here our other sprite, so our flavor sprite. And our flavor sprite becomes an item. So you know what? I think that's fine. I think this is okay. If we go back now to our player, so we go back to player here, or player scene here, and okay, as much of a crying chicken crust pizza is this, and this site has some good-looking food, especially the salads. Of all things, you compliment the salads? I can't agree to that one there. Not one bit. Of all things salad, I draw the line at salads. Let me click on this guy here, save this here, zoom in a little bit here. The thing is, I haven't explored that site much. I just knew about the thing, but I might have to go back to look at this site now. Oh my. We'll then do here, we should be able to do closest item, and then dot, and then highlight. Highlight. Closest item, dot, highlight. Or we can do closest item, remove highlight now. So that should remove the highlight. And then when we have here collect item, so let's see, interact, and when the item is collected, yeah. So on an item collected, actually, let's go ahead and just do this here. There we go, remove highlight. But that said, we have remove item from player. So we'll do item here, closest item here, item dot remove highlight. Yep. And then we have remove the item from the player. We'll go ahead and do here, player has dropped. We'll then do item here dot remove highlight as well. We'll then say here when we interact with our guys, let's go back up to, I believe, up here. Hold on, where do we have our items? Object dot sprite. Now we shouldn't need to do any of that. What we can now just say is object dot, and then we say remove highlight. So remove, REMOVE underscore highlight should work. HIGHLIGHT, because it is an interactable, and an interactable has remove highlight here and remove highlight. So back in our player here, we go here, and hi blood crews, Nick, welcome back in the stream, welcome back in. And a reminder, folks, to reminder to save thy work, stretch thy limbs, quench thy thirst, consume thy meal, and attend your gotcha dailies, and to remain comfortable. I do miss my gotcha days, I can say that. I miss it for the thrill of Gamba. But it was never fun when you lost it, and that's why I stopped. But it was fun in the moment, I can't say that much. We have here our remove highlight for object dot remove highlight. We'll then copy this guy here. If object is game object, yep. And then we have here, you here. So object dot sprite highlight here. Save that here. Let's go ahead and give this a try now. Let's do play on here. And what we should be able to see is, we have you here, we have you here. Go ahead and do levels, and let's go ahead and do that there. Now, all of these guys are not being highlighted, which is okay. What we can then do is in our cafe here, if we go to our item manager here, we go into our cake guy, we should be able to see that the cake is indeed an interactable, and it is a sprite. So now the question becomes, is it a thing of, and I'm wondering as well, why, maybe when we do the object on spawn, we check to see if the player's in the area, and then we do highlight. That's another thing we could do too. It is an interactable, so what we'll do is, on our cake guy here, it should have an AoE. It does indeed an item AoE here, and then we have a sprite. Now my question then becomes, for our sprite.highlight, yeah, you know what? I bet you maybe it has to do with the spawning order of operation, but then in the same breath, the player should just be able to walk back into the range. So even if the thing doesn't highlight initially, when we are out here, now we should get the highlight function, but we're not getting that, which is odd. And see, the tricky thing with salad recipes is that the author has to try harder to make it look appetizing for picky babies compared to other foods, and I certainly respect the effort. Picky babies. The thing is, it's like at some point your salad stops becoming a salad and starts becoming like a what's it called? A worm, not worm. The gummy worm salad. It becomes a gummy worm salad, which is all things when it was supposed to be healthy. Let's see here. Our sprite here, our interactable guy here. Yep. You there. And gummy worm. A worm. We'll go ahead and let's go back to our player here, back to you here, and in our item interactable here. So if it is an object, items in range object.highlight. Let's go ahead and do that there. Click on play here. Then I want to go into the area. And hi, Nocturne, maybe? Nocturne GG. Welcome in the stream. Please correct me if I'm wrong on the name. And thank you for the follow. Thank you. And Eris, when there's ingredients in her food, I mean, a salad is just lettuce. Why would you add more things to it when the point of it is just to be lettuce? At that point, it's just a different food entirely. Let me do you here. So we're not going into this area here. The player is not detecting it off the bat. So let's see if we can find out where it's doing it at. So if object is an interactable, on detection range, area entered. On detection range, area entered. We have here if it's an interactable. We have here if it's a customer. Let's see. In our entered here, control F here. and then we do undo you there, undo you there. We have 2 on enters. So this guy here and this guy here. We have if it's a customer, and then this guy here. So maybe it's an item interactable in range is what it is. And are you a rabbit? No. But I'd rather eat the, just the lettuce itself and get it over with than trying to add like dressing and cheese to it. And that's a crazy statement even for your standards. I want to skip the lettuce as soon as possible. No salad as much as I can help it. But if I have to, then I want it as bare minimum as possible so I can eat it as quickly as possible to get all the nutrients without the enjoyment. Because there is none. And add starting a little bit. Okay, hold on. I just want to see if I do this guy here. So if we do you here, object is game inner object here. It should still be fine if I remove this guy here. And then we do that guy there, that there. And then we have here a game object. The game object is still an interactable. Is it current item? Interactable, use item, interact. I see, hold on. It is a game object, so we just have to do current item dot, Okay, let's go back into here then. Let's go undo this guy here. Yep, and then we have here object dot, current item, so dot, and then we do current here, current item, and then we would have to do current item dot highlight here. Okay, and then let's go click play here. 22 seconds. Remember, kids, don't be like her and eat your veggies. I do eat my veggies. That's the thing. That's what I said. If I'm going to eat my veggies, I want it not dressed up in like cheese and salad dressing. I just want the lettuce. I eat the lettuce as soon as possible. That way you can get to the good stuff. Let me go back into here and okay. Hold on. Things are doing things. Interestingly enough. All right, ad break. We'll go ahead and have that run. In the meantime, I'll go ahead and get a little bit of tea here. Tasty. I wonder why the outline for the air is possibly a rabbit confirmed. Do you think it's giving us double lines because it's like double the object maybe? Possibly definitely not a rabbit, not one bit. Do you see these teeth? I've been over this many times. I am no herbivore. I am none. Hold on, if I just do this here while we're waiting for the ad break to finish, I just want you to know these are not the teeth of an herbivore, but they're also not the teeth of the carnivore or an omnivore. That's the one with both, I believe. Omnivore. Yes, omnivore. Very important. Let me shrink back down here and let me see. I think the issue is now we're double highlighting our little guy here. So I need to, when we come back, remove the shader material on this outline here. And I think that'll be good or no. We'll see. And I didn't hear the statement, but I know you're lying. What do you mean? Give me evidence and proof where I've ever lied. I never once, ever. And that itself is not a lie either. Now, stretching the truth itself is not a lie. It just depends on the person who's listening. And never once, I don't think at least. It would be unfortunate if I have, but I don't believe I have. At least I hope. While we're waiting for the ad breaks, why don't we go ahead and do some neck exercises, shall we? Let's go to the left here a little bit. Keep going. No! I'm not to be held liable for anything that happens to your neck. Call a doctor, call a lawyer, don't call me. Anything that happens not to do with me. Let's go back here a little bit slowly but surely. Any pain, any uncomfortableness, please stop as soon as possible. I should not be held liable. Let's go to the left here a little bit. And then we'll also go back here a little, and then go back here a little bit, and this tutorial will be done soon. Liars, Lezra. Now, the thing is, what's your definition of soon? Is my definition of soon? I consider soon as a feeling. You know? The thing is, feelings fluctuate all the time, so... Let me get some straight to jump. Hold on, I just wanted some tea. Okay, we're good. Right, don't look at chat. I remember that rule, right? Tea time. All right, and you lied on stream before. Kinda, remember when you botched the prediction poll? That wasn't intentional, though. If you say, that I wouldn't count that at all. And hi, stop using AI. Look up at a stream, look up and don't look at chat. Yeah, the thing is, if I look at chat while I'm drinking, it happens to be the case that one time, my computer, my keyboard, it suffered the consequences. So now, anytime I drink, I just have to make sure I look away, because if I laugh while drinking, It's a bad combination, and it's like the Pinocchio scene from Shrek 3. I do remember Pinocchio, but I don't know which scene, or don't remember which scene in specific. And welcome back from the ad break. Welcome back in. Shall we continue then? Let's see here. I'm wondering if for our product sprite, because if I click on this guy here, we see that it is an advanced sprite. It makes me wonder, this guy here has its own shader material. That's good. Our item itself does not need to have its own shader material, and I don't think it actually can, which is interesting. And I'll show you the next ad break. And he was hanging and not lying, but really. Oh, I do remember there was one where I think it was what was it? It was one where they were talking to the prince guy, and he was running around the truth, and then the pigs just gave it up on the truth. I do remember that scene very recently. And mother, why must you water me? Yeah, I think that's the scene I'm thinking of. Oh boy, let's see. We go here, and Necromancer sprite, product sprite. So our product sprite has a shader material. That is to be expected. Cookie also has a shaded material, and our product here is the icon. Our cookie is this guy here. We then have our Necromancer. We can go and close here. Item should not have a guy here. Our cocoa dish should also have a sprite, so it does have an outline. That is good. And we can also say C2 is that if I enable here, we should be able to, our line thickness, line colors, there should be a bool.
The _ Whitechapel just redeemed hydrate.
And hydration sure can do. Coffee at tea, unfortunately I already had my coffee this morning, but I could certainly have more tea. So give me one old second here. Tasty. Thank you for that redeem. Thank you. I'm wondering, our line thickness, all of this guy here, it doesn't seem like the guy here. Where's our bool at? Oh, no, there's a bool for customer. There's a bool for this guy here. So where's the bool here? I don't see the bool. There should be like a, oh, no. Why is that the case? I don't see, this is our outline guy here, but I don't see the bool for add highlight. It doesn't appear up here. Usually it had, or there we are, I found it. Okay, add highlight. This is what it looks like with the highlight. So on and off. That does make sense. It's working properly. And me with the bull and you get the horns. Mess with the bull, you get the horde. Isn't that Alistair? Oh boy, and hi Nightblade, welcome to stream, welcome in, and hey guys in chat, or hey Eris in chat, how you guys doing? Lovely, and welcome back in. We are currently adding some highlights to our objects so that when you're near them, they add a little bit of flair to let the player know that you can select it. Oh boy, we have our product sprite here, which has a highlight that cannot be added at the moment, and it makes me think maybe this is why the outline doesn't work. Maybe, possibly, you know. No, I don't think so. I think it would still be okay. Once the Eris Epic Cooking Show premiering, I am no cook. I'm not a fan of cooking at all, but I do love baking. And I can have outline shader. Want to try and figure out how to add the bottom outline without it overlapping the top? Not at the moment. The thing is, it's working for what it needs to be, and I will definitely be upgrading the shader later. But it's working the way I had hoped. I would love it to be the case, for example, where when the object is placed on a table, it doesn't have the outline. But when you pick up the object, I want to add that bottom outline. I know it has to do with bools and just like another bool, but for now, I'm staying away from shaders as much as I can, since shaders feel as though they're like the finishing touches, not the requirement. We're doing this here to make the game feel nicer, which I guess is the purpose of a shader, but I think this is the best thing to do at the moment, as we're still trying to figure out a lot of other things. But I definitely do want to come back to the shader itself and figure out why, for example, what is it called? The customer here, by removing the bottom shader, it also removed the bit that appeared at the top, for example. And you know what I like? You know what I like is that you don't know what most of the voices sound like. So it's funny to imagine what you hear in our head when you read our text. It's not the voices in my head, I assure you. Oh boy. So we have add highlight here for our product sprite, which is this guy here. And it makes me wonder, if we go, for example, to our cake here, and then we were to go to add highlight here, what do we get? Huh. Isn't that odd? Why is it that the cake has a side highlight there? And then if we do cocoa, do we get a side highlight? No, that works. That definitely works. So what's wrong with the cake? Cookie works just fine. But the cake for some reason decides, nah, I want to add a highlight to the side. Why is that? And let's be honest, everyone here has a squeaky nerd voice, right? Yeah, it's just the easiest for me to do, the squeaky nerd voice. And hi, Hydronics, welcome back in the stream, welcome back in. Hey, yo, and now we're going broke. Well, welcome into stream. I hope you've been well. Aside from broke, that's no good. I hope you fix very soon. And hi, Banafi. Welcome back into stream as well. Welcome back in. And let's see, I did read that as well. Hi, Koopy Kopo. Welcome in too. I hope you've all been well. Why is it the case that our cake here, our cake outline, decides to do this and fix front where, fix what, where, what, you said broke, so I said fix. And for sure, just a pile of squeaky toys here. Oh boy, I'm wondering, why is it the case that our cake left here? It's the only sprite that doesn't like us having the outline, which is super duper odd. We have none, which makes sense on why it doesn't have the outline, but our cake here has the side extended, which is, I'm very confused about. Oh, I'm getting financially broke. Oh, that's no good either. You can still fix that though, you know, bit by bit, day by day, so I do hope things improve. And I did read that as well, I believe. I'm wondering, maybe if we open up a sprite here. So if I open up a sprite and we open up our product sprite here, so our product sprite scene, so product guy here, and then we open up product here, and oh, hold on, PRODUCT, our product sprite in a sprite. What do we get? Show in file manager. I'm wondering why is it adding the line? That's what I'm really confused about. What I can do is I can bring you into hold on, this guy. Oh, this guy here. And there's did not evade. Not everyone evades taxes. I have not done anything like that before. I'll have you know. Oh boy, let's go here. I'll remove that here, and I'm just gonna start a cake come soon. Oh yeah, you are ordering stuff, aren't you? We have here our cake. We have here our cookie, cake, cookie, and cocoa. I'm wondering why is it that the cake sprite is adding the extra outline on the side here? It's really odd. I'm then wondering, what if we like extend the cake by like a little bit? If we were to make the cake wider, would that at all fix our cake sprite? Do you think? I even added padding on the edges here to make sure that the cake had space to move. So if we go and save that guy here, if we were to bring it back into our, let's see here, our programming here. And remember guys, even the Joker pays his taxes. He does not want to cross the IRS. Oh boy, also why is the music stopped? Weird, but we're all good. Let me go back to here. Let me then go back to our product sprite. And if we go ahead and re-import our product sprite here, we should be able to get odd, super duper odd. You know what? How about this then? You wanna act like that? Fine, I'll undo that. I'll undo that guy here. Let me add in then, if it wants to act like that, what if we were to remove the cake sprite here? So if I were to grab this guy here, and hold on, let me grab that notification here. I should be able to see it if I do this guy here. If I click on that guy here, and then a little bit more clicking, but I should be able to see the main name very, very soon. We have here, T3WW. Thank you for the subscription on YouTube. Thank you. Please correct me if I'm wrong on the name. I do tend to butcher them, so welcome back in. And I did read that as well. Lovely. All right, so let's see. I'm wondering if I were to delete our cake sprite here, or not delete it, but just change the texture. So remove the cake texture here, paste this guy here, and you can't see it. I know you can't. That is intentional. I save this guy here, re-import it here, and we click on this guy here, and we re-import it, and maybe it does not mean I'm worse than him. Oh boy, let's click on import here, and what we get is, how odd is that? It seems to be the case that if I do add highlight here, remove highlight, add highlight, interesting. It adds, or it takes that cake highlight that I thought I deleted. That's okay. Instead, then what we'll do is we'll grab all of this here, do file, new, just so I have a backup. That's all I wanted to do was have a backup here. Then we'll delete this layer here, save, then do a re-import here. So re-import it in, and now we have this. So our cake now has the proper outline, our cocoa has the proper outline, our cookie has the proper outline possibly, so our cocoa and our cake, no. Why is that the case? Remove our shader material here, and then add our material back. So material, transform here. Let's see. Our cake should have its own guy here for our textures. Transform, material, where we go for material. Here we are. And then we go for outline here, outline. And the sprite takes the cake for the weirdest behavior with the shader. That's what it seems like. Let's see, if I do, outline here, type in outline here. We then drag and drop our outline into this guy here. Yeah, see the thing is, it's not even the cake sprite itself. It just seems to be the first guy here. The cake is fine, or the cocoa's fine. The cookie is now not fine. How odd. Now the cookie and cocoa aren't fine. Interesting, how super duper odd. If I delete you here, just double checking, The only thing I changed was just moving the cake sprite to be the cookie sprite, or yeah. And are we sure there isn't a 0.1 alpha line on the sprite? Could you elaborate what you mean, Paula? I am more than open to options here. Let me click on re-import here to drag it back into here. Yeah, okay. So this guy is now here. We have Coco and we have Cookie here. Yeah, The thing is, as well as I re-imported, and I can show you too in our draw here. In this guy here, we have our cake, and I copied and pasted all of the other sprites. So this is cake, this is Coco. I can, if this line is an actual thing, what I can do is erase all of this here. So I'm erasing the eraser line here, erasing that guy there, and then I can also erase this guy here. So erase all of that too. If there is a bit, and 0.1 alpha means almost completely transparent. I see. Do you mean in the sprite itself or somewhere else? I did erase all of this here, so just in case. And then let's go back into our programming here. And with that said, if we re-import it now, let's see, we get... Oh, hold on. Did we click on re-import? We did. Hold on. Let me make sure I save. Sometimes the plugin I'm using, it does not allow the ability to, or it crashes sometimes upon re-importing, but we're good. Yeah. And I think it's because none is completely black. Since it's anti, it just shifts the blue. Oh, you make a fair point. Am I going to have to do that for all of them? Hold on. If that is the case, then does that mean what I'd have to do is do this here, 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 and here, like that? And then if we go back into our programming guy here, and we were to now re-import it, so we do the re-import. Let's see, does that work? Oh, that is interesting. I see. Thank you for that one, Pala. How interesting. Let me go ahead and delete cake then, and we can grab our good old buddy pal back here. Let's go ahead and put that back here. Also, since it's going to be a white outline, should we change the color of the object so it's not white instead? It could be like a, what color could it be? We could go for purple. Purple because of, well, no, not maybe purple. What's another color we could go for instead of the white sprites here? That might be not too bad. And that's funny, isn't it? It's so odd. It's the small things, always the little things it seems like in green for a buddy. Oh boy, here. Let's see if I go beige. If we go into our draw here super duper quickly, what I can do is I can pull up here our cafe, and then I can go into entities, and I can very quickly grab our player sprite here. We should be able to find her. Hello, Gabby. Well, don't mind me. I'm just going to borrow your green. And we have here this guy that we can go ahead and close. Don't save. So our product sprite here can turn into this color here, possibly, and our outline would look like this guy here, which doesn't look quite nice, I will be honest. That is interesting. Oh, you know, I guess we could change the colors a little bit. This is where aesthetics get in the way. Hold on. Okay, we'll do how can we do that? Okay, you'll go here, and then we will do light green here, and then dark green for, hold on, here, and here. There we go. We'll then do you here for our dark green here, and then we'll save you with dark green here, set you all to be light green here. That way you all have outlines here like that, and that, and that, and that, and mold cake. Mookie, can't it be mocha? Huh? Where's your imagination? Oh boy, add this guy here, and then add this guy here, and then remove this guy here, add that guy there, and then fill that guy in. All of those guys can go here, and hold on, and do that. And Greek food in Eris's game? Have you never had not mocha, what's it? Matcha. Matchas can be delicious. And mocha's for tea. Cookie is mookie. Mookie. Sounds like yucky. Oh boy, let's go ahead and save this guy here. If we go back into the game now and we were to re-import the sprites back into here, and matcha is everything? Yeah, matcha. I can see matcha, you know, not too bad. And hi, chum. Welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. And Gabby, look out! She's got the pencil knife! I wield no knife. And hi, Thick and Jock P. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. I hope your day's been well so far. I wondered, matcha, MP. That does not look quite appealing. I wonder, what can we do to modify or fix it? Why is it the case that this doesn't look quite nice? If we go back into here, and could just definitely be a thing of changing it later. I was hoping we'd be able to get something nice looking to look at, but bottom outline's missing? Yeah, that is intended, since the bottom bit is also another guy that, how do you describe this? Yeah, like with the customers, when the object's on the table, it looks a little wonky. So I just removed the outline out of everything for now at least, but I can re-enable the outline if need be. It is an option I can do. I'm wondering, for our outline here, if we just do a Shift-O on this guy here, to do, let's see, and I meant as in why it looks unappealing, I think. It's the colors. I think the colors. Maybe it's the contrast that looks a little off. And hey, Gabby, have you seen my pistachios? I think I left boxes of them in this room. Oh boy. Oh, you know what? what if we were to do, right, instead of this guy here, what if we did like a really dark or really, I mean, I guess we could do like a white outline maybe? If we did a white outline here, and then the outline in the game does an extra white outline. No, that wouldn't work either. And, well, gotta go work on some projects, no worries at all, Hardronics, no worries at all. And, so Airs, I burst out laughing and dies! Oh no, that's not good! Delta laughter is not no! Dying from laughter is no. It's not funny business! Oh boy, no, man, not again! Again! Hold on now! And for the main thing it makes it weird is that there's no outline between the top part of the cake and the sidebars, so sort of expect something to separate them, even if it's just a darker green line. Do you mean something like here and then here, possibly? Something like that? Or do you mean something like, And that's not a laughing matter, that's what I was gonna say! You beat me to it, oh man, I forgot how to say it! Oh boy, and but a matter of laugh! Bad. Terrible, I say. And let's see here. Did you just put them near the mold? No mold, I assure you. No mold. And hey, Gabby, have you seen my pistachios? I think I left boxes of them in this room. And yeah, I mean that there's a darker green half circle along. Oh, hold on. Do you mean I would just invert the colors then? Like we would do a darker green on the outside and then a light green on the inside. So instead it should look like this instead? Like that, maybe? And so it looks like a corner. Let me grab this guy here too. And there's a darker green half circle along there. So it looks like a corner. And no, I see. There's a dark green half circle along there. And so expect something to separate them? Like even if it's just a dark green line? Do you mean a dark green line maybe then here-ish? Possibly adding like a dark green line here? And just one pixel line along the border between top and side. I don't think I see. Do you mean one pixel here? Hold on. This guy here, and this guy here, and then this guy here, and all of this here? Something like that instead? Is that what you mean, Eska? And let me get a little bit of some tea here. Tasty, tasty. Let me go ahead and save this guy here. I wonder if we go into Google here, and I were to just do a cake icon, what type of cake icon shows up here that is possible to use instead that might make this a little bit easier to understand and notice? As some of these, it's the colors I think, and also no, I see. I don't quite get it then, unfortunately. If we remove this guy here, this was just here to see about the different color. If I go back to you here, I'm wondering, I think it's just contrast. I think that's the issue. I think it might look nicer to do like a darker green, and like if you imagine the top of the cake just as a circle, the bottom half of that circle is darker green. The bottom half that touches the side, do you mean then this bit here would be the lighter part there instead? Is this what you mean you would add all of the lighter bit there instead? And let me go back to here and we go for the darker green. I do think I have a darker green. Yeah, I'm thinking it'll look nicer if we do higher contrast. So we take a really dark green instead. And then if I grab all of you here and we do this here and then that there, that there, that there, that and then like that, is that it? And then almost one pixel, almost the 1 pixel line you left over. Oh, do you mean add another line here then? Add another guy here to emphasize it? Something like that then? Let me go and save this guy here. Or do you mean maybe add a line here instead? So something like there-ish maybe? And if I grab you here super duper quickly, just making sure I can see things. There we are. And let me grab you back over to here and here. There we go. Okay. And then what I'm thinking is we'll save this guy here. And I'm wondering, would it help, for example, here to add like a little line? And not adding a line, just make the line darker than the color you use on the top. Oh, and you need to remove the no. Check. You can't give me directions like that. Oh no. You lost me immediately when you said northeast. Oh no, not adding a line, just making the line darker than the color you use on top. Okay, what if I then did, if that's the case, if we use this color here, if we made this guy the lighter color here, so all of this would be the lighter color on top. So all of this here, north row and east, I thought you said west. Oh boy, something like this then? Or are you saying you would then add all of this here? So this would go at the very tippy top. That does feel nicer. I can't say that. And you need to remove the, oh no, not the northeast row. Not adding lines, making the that line darker than the color you use on the top. So something like this. And that was the easiest part of the joke. And the pixelies, no, not decimals, anything but decimals. Oh boy. grab this color here. We'll then open it up here, and that should be good. This should be a cake icon, and I meant that you fill the top of the cake like the entire circle, and just the bottom line is darker. Oh, hold on, like that then? Is that what you mean? The top line is like the entire circle, and just the bottom line is darker. So something like this then, and then maybe we do this here, bottom line is darker. So something like this instead. Is that what you're getting to? Something like that? And let me get a little bit of tea here. Yes, I see. Lovely, lovely. Ah, that could work. That definitely is a lot nicer. I do think it had to do with contrast. So let's try grabbing this color here and then this color here. It looks like a jar. All right, Jackson, how would you add and make it look more like a cookie? Let's add this guy here and a highlight edge. Yeah, I think a highlight edge could be added too. We can definitely do that. Let's add a darker color here too for our darker bits here. And then let's also make, oh, hold on. Let's also add, I think, these guys here to the stream. How would you add the stream? I think the steam could be a little bit different. And, oi, la la, that's not cake, it's tiramisu. And the IDK, I'm not an artist. Oh boy. Let's go ahead then and go back up here. We can just up this guy a little bit. The thing is, I don't want to, well, I do like things looking nice. So if it can look nice in a small amount of time without having to do too much, I'm not opposed to it one bit. The issue is just that there, the highlighted edge doesn't feel as nice as I would have hoped for. If we remove this layer here, yeah, no, that, I don't know what I did, but I don't like it. We undo all of that there. I think this is a-okay to do. What we'll then is we will add, let's see here, you would be undo, redo. Okay, see this guy here. What we'll do is we will add in a little bit of something like this here. So we'll add a second layer in, something like that there. There we go. And then we'll do this guy here. And then we'll do like that guy there, I think, and then that guy there, and then maybe we'll add in that guy there for more of like a layered cake sort of feel. And then maybe you could even see about just making this guy a little bit darker, so something like that there. There you go, layered cake. And yes. And okay, that helps a ton. I'm glad to hear it. The only thing I would think to add last, it would be like some sort of little cherry on top here, and then like a little line here, something like this here possibly. So something like that there and that there, little cake there possibly, but I don't know how well that feels. We would add maybe that guy there-ish, and that guy would go there, and that guy would go there. Cake! And now this is a cake? It is a lie! That's what it is. We'll save this guy here then. For our cookie, how can we upgrade you? Also, what's your calm voice actually? Could you elaborate? You mean hardronics? I'm not quite sure what you mean. Let's see. We'll save this guy here, For our guy here, we can definitely modify it just a smidge to make it easier. And, oh, now that looks almost like a Game Boy palette. Oh yeah, that's true as well. Oh, that's neat. That's super duper neat. Well, go ahead. We'll remove this guy here. We'll do a addition here. What I'm thinking is we'll grab the 3 colors that we have here, paste them here temporarily for now. Just very quickly modifying these guys. Copy you here, paste you to be, if it lets me. Oh, I know why. Gotta do that. There we are. And this is Eris's calm voice. I mean, the calmest voice you've ever spoken. And oh, the thing is, it's like, usually I don't speak unless I have something speaking worth of. Otherwise, it's I'm a very quiet person. It may be hard to believe, but I assure you, if I'm not speaking, it's just quiet, and it's kind of hard to try to talk normally, because if I'm excited, I talk like this, and since I'm excited, so it's like, how could I become not excited to demonstrate the not excitedness? And hard to believe, more like impossible. And I thought you were about to break into doubts don't speak, right into no doubts don't speak. And what's the early fonts? Yeah, early fonts. Oh, that's a great idea. Yeah, the early fonts give a shy interpret, or what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, when I was not very confident in being excited. It was just a thing of, I'm not sure if this is going to go well, but I call that a little bit maybe more on the nervous side of things. But yeah, the earlier videos, I would say are a great idea, and on my way. And Airside, that's so beautiful. Again! BRB! Oh boy! And again! Hold on. I can make this easier on you if I just, give me 1 second here. Oh boy. Remembering the really early time before I was very much not very confident. Oh boy. Lots of fun though, I can't say that. First ever stream. Let me go ahead and just click on this guy here, click on this guy here. For any that are curious, I'll link that guy there. Oh my. Let me then go ahead and close this here. And then open this back here. And you gotta work on that, man. The fact that it's death and then life and then death and then life. Oh boy, I'll add a little bit here, and then we'll do this guy here a little bit, and then we'll do this guy here then, and the good old days. Isn't it? Oh boy, the good old days, truly. We'll remove this here. We'll then see about maybe making this guy. Can we do it possibly longer? Like if I just grab this guy and stretch him over just a little bit here, grab you here, do like a little bit of a guy here then, and then here then, and here then, and then like add a little bit of a guy there, I think possibly we could do. And then if we move this guy, add this guy here. Lots of guys being removed, I can say that, definitely. It's for the greater good, I assure you. We'll go ahead then and see about adding in this bit here then, and adding this bit here, and then this bit here. Now, your comp voice actually comes your mic less, which is nice. Ah, that does make a lot of sense. I have not been able to, since doing the YouTube stuff and everything, figure out a good compromise for my microphone. It's either to check it and make sure, or it's either I have to speak louder to make sure the microphone picks it up, or if I speak quieter in general, then the microphone might peak if I go too loud. And if you have this green thingy outline on the cup, wouldn't it be the part on the handle? Even if you're the lower right corner pixels of the handle? Could you elaborate what you mean a little bit, Eska? I know here doesn't have an outline. This does have an outline because of the guy here. This guy doesn't have much of an outline. Do you mean adding an outline like here along the handle? Something like this instead? And then we add this guy here, that guy there, and add this guy all along here. So something like this? That could definitely work. Or just use a dynamic limiter. Oh boy. And I'm back, script of the 2023 Best of Video. Who are you? Free. I got comfortable. That's what happened. Oh boy. Let me go ahead and slide this guy over here a little bit by one, I think, and that way the edge here and that there we go, add that in. Oh no, hold on, it would go there, that would go there, that would go there, and then that would go there, and then that would go there. There we are. And then let's see, you need to use a compressor? I do use a compressor. There's a bunch of filters on the microphone, but that has not helped in the slightest, unfortunately. And let's see, I did read that as well. Oh, dynamic limiter as in the microphone. Yeah, I believe I do have a dynamic limiter on it. I know at least I have three filters that do different things. And I talked about your cup, the shadow, you're used there. Also the handle, yeah, but only on the 2 pixels that are in the corner of the bottom right of the handle. Do you mean this bit here, adding the corner here, Eska? Let's see. Lower right corner of the pixel handle. An upward compressor would keep it from going quiet, as well as a normalized when you're quiet. And say mic is back then? No, actually not. No, like the microphone has been changed because the other one broke. And let's see here. Shadow used there, also on the handle, but only on the 2 pixels that are in the corner of the bottom right of the cup. Bottom right, this here, right? And technology can't handle your power. Do you mean this area here? And then adding maybe to this bit here, so something like this for the bottom of the handle, something like that, do you mean? And now the lower right corner of the cup, of the handle, the one on the far right. Oh no, I'm broke just like me. For real. Let's see here. The lower right corner of the cup, lower left right corner. Do you mean here? Adding a bit here, like that then maybe? And let's see, lower right corner of the cup of the handle, the one on the far right. Do you mean possibly adding a handle here? Like that? And handle? This is the handle, right? Oh my, and then we add this guy, make it pop out like this here, and then right here to like that, and then add that, and then this here, right, to make it, that looks worse. What happened? I thought adding the line would help, but no it didn't. Adding a space there. This right, and I just surrender. I appreciate it, Eska, I truly do. Very often, me and directions don't get along, so I appreciate the attempt and maybe draw it out for her. Oh boy, let me click on cancel here. We'll save that. I think that's a better looking Coco to help it with improvements and letting the player know what is what. And then lastly, we have here our cookie. I think that worked for me once. What? Hold on now. Oh boy, let's grab here our other color, and that's going to be this color here. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to fill all of these guys in as here, and then we are going to grab this guy here, and I think an outline could definitely work. We'll remove all of the corners here for something like that there. We'll then click on OK here. You know what, actually, let's make all of these that color, and then we can just add a very faint kind of shaded area about here-ish for a little cookie. So we could add something like here, up here, and up here, and add, hold on, like there. There we go. Add a little bit of a cookie. Add that there. You would make it darker, but we're not going to do too much. I just wanted to make it feel nicer when everything was highlighted. So I'll probably do something like that there and that there. There we go. Something like that can work out fine, I think. Maybe remove that there. Yeah, okay, this will be our cookie. And are these icons for the game or icons for the cafe in the game? Icons, icons for the game. What you'll see is that if I do file here and, oh, hold on, let me remove grayscale here if I can. Remove grayscale, save it here, and then I do file, export, and then export. Oh no, I don't even have to export. I just have to save. If I bring it back into our Godot, and sure, yeah, I want to check the handle to place it here, the finished product. Oh boy, and ceramics, inhale, exhale aloud. Oh boy, if we go back into here, what you should be able to see is that if I re-import it, we import here, that the icon is this, and this icon appears in game. If I save this guy very quickly, it appears in the UI as well as the object you can, as an object you can pick up. The thing is, I don't have a difference between the two right now. I do plan to, but you know, I guess I should make a distinction between the two, just so that going forward, if I ever want to update the icon in the guy here, oh, hold on. Let me close, close this guy here, go for project here, project settings, no, debug, visible, nope, deploy with remote, debug, nope, visible collision shapes, there we are. Okay, I can show you where this gets used, and yay, that's the cake! I'm glad so. If I click on levels here, click back into here, what you should be able to see is that it appears as an object here, and it appears as an object here when you select it. So it makes me wonder, the outline, does that feel as though it works out okay? This is the exact object that you would pick up, as well as these guys here are the exact object you would pick up. I do think maybe we just have to change the UI background in general, since we have darker outlines here. That's a dark outline, and this is also a dark outline. So it's not too bad if we maybe make the outline brighter. But when you pick up an object, for example, this guy here, you know what? I take it back. I do think the object you pick up should have an outline. Maybe? What do you think? Oh, hold on. Non-existent function highlight and base nil. Oh, huh. If object.current_item.highlight, I wonder, why are we getting an error there? An outline would look nice in the UI part of the game, but maybe but in game, maybe not. I came just some random dude on the internet. You are a game developer, chap. Well, give yourself a little bit of credit there. And don't see, why is the cookie looking like a lazy mat man? I haven't heard that one before. I have no clue who that is. I'm wondering, why is it the case that our object here, we have object should have a sprite of some sort, should it not? Current item. Oh, I see. Hold on. If object dot current item, then we'll go ahead and do this here. There we go. If object dot current item. Okay, that should fix that guy there. And then what I'm thinking is we will remove the remove highlight here. So we'll go ahead and move you there. And then we'll also remove the highlight when we pick it up. So this here, range exited, that should stay the same. But when the player picks up the item, I think it's okay to keep the highlight enabled. So we'll click on find here. We should find, let's see, our object to remove highlight here. We have it in on detection entered, on exited. We have it here on collect items. Let's go and remove that guy there. And then we have it here for remove item from player. Yep, and player has dropped item. Yep, okay, save that guy here. Click on play. Let's see how that works out instead. So back in the game, oh, you know what we have to do before I forget as well? We have to go to our, let's see, our flavor sprite icons. So we have to go to these guys here and also modify them just a smidge. And for what we've learned and from what Paula has explained is for our flavor sprites here, we would just go into file manager here. We would then open it up into a sprite. And to fix these guys having that white line, we would do this guy here, and we would make sure that an entire full square here has just the outlines erased a little bit. So we would do here, and here. The thing is, this is meant to be a debug to show me if it hasn't selected properly, but the debug tool got bugged, which is ironic, I think. We'll go back here into programming, and then that guy there. So now we should not get a white outline along that edge. So if we click on play now, let's see what happens, shall we? If I go back to our that there and we click on that there, we should then be able to do this here. Lovely. Okay. And then we have levels here, and then we have you here. Okay. Oh, hold on. I forgot to re-import it. If I click on import here, we should be able to have it re-imported. And then we click on play here. Let's see. Should work now, I believe. If we go back into the game itself, go back to you here, teleport to you here. Ah, yes. Now the outline is properly set. We have this outline here, and we also have this outline here. When we leave the area, though, it has to remove it. So hold on, let's go back into our player script here and remove from player. Yep, also when the item is out of range. So interact with items with range. We have, let's see, on item, let's see, exit. So exit, E-X-I-T, on detection range, exited. So this guy here, if the object isn't interactable, we have remove highlight here. And we also need to do, if object is game object, we need to do if object dot, and then we can say object dot, and then has an item, I believe, item, or let's see, current item, object of current item. Then we'll go ahead and do object dot, and then we should be able to do object dot remove highlight as well there. Okay, and then click on play. And let's see, type of food, let Lex Luthor serve Superman, or type of food, and then be shocked when he gets suspicious. Oh boy, there's nothing to worry about, I assure you. We could definitely go for, and why is this angry now? Non-existent function remove highlight dot plate. Yeah, if object dot has current item. I'm wondering, where are we getting the error from? It says remove highlight in place or node base. So, oh, I know why. If object dot current item, then we have to do that there. There we go. Okay, and then we also have to go for the other one here. So we have to do if object dot highlight. So if object dot current item, let's go ahead and just do this guy here. Do Control F. There should be a few places we use it at. Here we are for the remove highlight here, and then we have object dot current item. Let's see. If object dot current item, if object dot current item, object dot current item, object dot current item. I think those are all the areas, right? We have if object is game object for entered, we have it here, and then we have let's see for when you are detection range exited. We also have here current item, so I think we're good. Let's click on play here again and then see what we have. And if, you know what, we could do like a pale, could we do like a pale pink? Or we could do like a darker color, right? A darker moody color maybe. We go back to here and we do, yeah, I think a darker outline might maybe fare us better since the potions don't look too bad. But when they're in the game themselves, I wonder how you would make the outline look nicer. For example, the characters look great. I think they even have colored outlines. The potions don't have colored outlines. The candles don't have an outline actually, but the plants do. And I do think the plants look fine. The plants look fine. The desk looks fine. But the objects themselves do look a little off. And hey, Superman, this lovely witch made you some totally kryptonite free slates. You'd be a jerk to turn her down. Yeah, you would look her in the eyes. This is working though. We have all of our sprites here, and then we have hold down Q here. And when the object is spawned, we have here our cake. And if we go near our cake, you can see that it does allow you to highlight. We can then pick it up and it is highlighted in our hand. We can then give it to a customer or whatnot. And, you know, let's go ahead and spawn a customer. And I think too, is that when the player places the object down, we do need to highlight the object because it is in the range of the player since they dropped it down. So let's also do that there. If a player uses the object, so let's see here, on collect item, where do we do remove item from player? Yeah, let's not remove the highlight since it still might not be, or it's still in range of the player. So let's remove that guy there. And then I think we should be good to go. I want to change the color, I think, a little bit. That green doesn't quite sit well with me. But aside from that, I think we're okay. It's on the player. When it gets added to the player as well, the item should have a highlight. So we'll do upon collecting the item to also do a highlight if we don't have an item highlighted already. So we have player.collected item, and then on collect item, we'll also do here item dot, and then we'll go ahead and do add highlight. So item dot highlight should be the thing we do. And then we'll go ahead and click on play here since the item isn't interactable. That should work. And then we'll go ahead and do this guy here, this guy here. So now when we grab the item, it is highlighted. When we put it down, it should still be highlighted. And then we leave the range. So that does work as intended, which is good. We have it when we pick it up, and then when we put it down, yep, and then we can go back here and all of these guys here. Oh, that's so neat to see it highlighted. It truly is. It's like saying, if it does feel, what's the word? It's not, yeah, it's game juice, but the idea of it feeling realer in the world, and it's not tactile. It just feels more immersive, like I can actually see the things I'm about to do instead of just guessing what might work, which is it's a really nice feeling. And I'm wondering, did I just get stuck there? No, okay. I thought I got stuck. I did. I get stuck right here, and I bet you it's because of the way I have the hitbox range set, and because Gabby's hair is so wide, I had to modify it. So at some point we really are going to have to change your hairstyle because it's so wide. It's wider than our body, and our body doesn't allow her to do things that you should be able to do. You should be able to go through there. Well, go ahead then, and let's spawn in a customer and see about, are you getting the kind of line glitches when I'm going back and forth? I don't see it appearing on OBS. But in my screen, let's see if I can have it pop up here. I don't think so. I thought I saw a faint, there's like faint lines sometimes around the edges. Yeah, you are getting it. What are those faint lines then? Do you see it like right beside the cake when it happens every so often. If I go back, let's see, here. There's like a weird line that pops up every so often. I can't get it to go again, but there is a visual glitch going on where there's like a line of the, oh, did you see it? That just happened right there. And so when two things are highlighted, which is the player gonna pick up? it picks the closest thing up. I'm not too worried about, for example, here, the player should, I believe, pick up the what is it called? Not potion. The sweet guy here, because it's the closest. And if I were to move here to the cake's closest, so I pick the cake up. And hi, Joni, welcome in stream, welcome in, and welcome back. It picks up the closest item to the player. So what is it called? The potion. Flavor's closest. And here, the cake is closest, so the cake gets picked up. But do you see that little line that appeared? It's like, as soon as you enter in the range, yeah, did you see it there? If I go here, yeah, why is it, it's an issue with the shader if I had to guess, but how do you modify that? Why is it, what are those lines there that's happening when I go into the areas? Is what I'm confused about. Why that is a thing. It's a visual glitch that it's not interruptive, but it definitely causes a confusion, and I don't want that to be in the final game. And I'm wondering, is it because of the highlights, do you think? What we can do is we can remove the highlights just to see if it is a highlight glitch or something. And surprisingly, it's not you going insane. What do you mean surprisingly? I have not once gone insane. I'm a very sane individual. Thank you very much. I've got a good head on my shoulders. Let me go ahead and get some tea here. Tasty. I wonder then, just as a double check here, if we close this guy here very quickly, if we go for our dot highlight, and then we go for our highlight here, and I want to grab the highlight of our outline guys here. So our outline, outline here, outline guy here, our outline shader. And what I want to do is I want to see about, and here's where we can also remove, or we can add in the bottom outline. That is a thing that is possible, just adding that line there. And we get, let's see. Maybe that can help. I haven't seen it flash for the customers. Maybe I just haven't done the customers enough. If we go ahead and do spawn and see customers, the largest amount here, all of the customers here, are we still getting that error? Do you see the line? I'm not seeing a line here for customers. I think it might be only an item issue, possibly. It happened when I went between things, and I'm between the customers, and they seem to be doing fine. They aren't getting that line glitch. And then if we go here as well, just making sure we go beside each other. And why are they facing that way? It's because I spawn them in all at once, so their animations don't play. It is a debug glitch, which is good. It's a thing of it's not an immediate thing I need to figure out how to solve, but I know it's because they've all been spawned all at once. And you'll see, the one person who didn't get mass spawned, or they didn't get spawned with the last person to spawn, they actually have it correct. But these guys here, because they were spawned in immediately, their animations are close. You'll see if I go ahead and take the order, yeah. But they're functional, it's just the animation doesn't play. If we go into here though, and we go into these areas, yeah. So it's something to do with the items. It's only the items that seem to have that weird glitch when you're in between objects. The items are like that, but the player or the customers aren't, which is odd. Do you think it's because the items are floating, maybe? What I wanted to do was, let's go ahead and just restart the day. I think if we do restart the day, I want to restart it. I then want to spawn in a customer, and I'm quite curious to see if we spawn in a customer here, like that, spawn a customer, have the customer sit down, we'll then take the customer's order, go grab it. And did you know that the first programming language was developed by a woman, and much more than our tech was world built to develop a woman? I think that's cool. That is super neat. And hi, Jaxus. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in, and welcome back. And hi, Eris. How's it going with the tutorial? It's going. We have a visual glitch at the moment. What you'll notice is, if I take the customer's order here, you'll see, like here, right, so customer, not highlighted, and we go ahead, I should be able to spawn in our customer order. So we can just do spawn items based on dish. Nope. Spawn dish from customer order, dish product. I should be able to just click on you here, and let's see, item call, spawn dish from customer order. I should be able to do one, or no, you won't let me do that. What does it say we need to do? Spawn lister, spawn dish from customer order. Hold on here. I think maybe that's not one we can do anymore, which is a shame. Hold on. Spawn dish from customer order. Yeah, that was the thing I think I typed before. This guy wants a sweet and bitter cookie. So I think I can just spawn a sweet and bitter cookie. If I go ahead and remove all of you here, let's see. Spawn, and then we do spawn, spawn dish here. And can you show the order taking animation again? I can indeed. Give me one old second here. Spawn dish here. There we are. This is a sweet, and it's a sweet cookie. Hold on. Actually, I want to put you down. I can't put you down. Hold on. Let's go here. And then I want to spawn in a dish. I believe it's going to be 1 and then maybe 2 for sweet, bitter. That's bitter. Okay, 1. That is a, nope, okay, 1 and then maybe 0, possibly. Non-cookie, no, that's not it. Okay, let's try doing 4 then. Sweet memory, that's not it. Hold on, did we try 3 already? We didn't, okay, sweet bitter, here we are. It's this this one here. Grab it here. There we go. Okay, let's go ahead and serve it to the customer. I wanted to see how that interacted with the customer there. Highlight, no highlight. Interesting, interesting. And now because the player can't interact with it, it also automatically doesn't highlight it. How neat is that? He's by the void square. I didn't mean to. It just did it on its own. Let me now go ahead and enable music here. Let me then go ahead and mute our music on stream here. You should be able to hear the game now. And if we go ahead and spawn a customer, it's a little burned. Just a little, it's got character. It just has a little bit of character. We'll spawn in a customer here. And then we can go ahead and take their order. So we can have this guy do their thing there, they'll wait, and now I can tell exactly when I reach in the range, which I think is also neat too. So go ahead and have them read, they'll take your order, and then I can do that. There we go, we have taken their order. So the spider takes the order by scribbling down a little bit. The unfortunate bit is that if you're behind someone, it doesn't really show as much as I would have hoped. You can take the order here, so that is a thing too. If I spawn in a customer here, and we were to grab you here, hello customer, come sit down, come sit here. You're fine, you're in safe hands, I assure you. We'll go ahead and read through their book here, and then we should also be able to take their order from here since they are still in range. We can take their order here too, like that. With that said though, why is there debuggers? Because I spawned in the wrong thing? Yep, I spawned it in incorrectly. But this guy here, the good news is that all of this is working. The issue is just the shader has a bit of a weird glitch. So that might just be something I save a little bit later and try to figure out later. And, never mind, I thought I solved the shader bug on the animation. I see. Nope, thankfully. There is an outline, and the outline itself is not a shader. The only thing that's been applied to shaders are the objects that you can pick up, as well as the customers, which is a little unfortunate. Well, no, it's fortunate in the sense of it's good as it is, but for some reason, there is an outline glitch on the customers, or no, the objects, but not the customers. Now, the question then becomes, is it for objects you can eat? No, I don't think so. I'm not getting the glitch here when I'm near dishes that are completed. However, if I'm near objects that are, hold on, grab the here, that are a combination of things, do we get it as a glitch here? Hold on, I kind of get it when you're in between things, but I'm not getting it anymore. Oh, hold on, did I just get it there? Yeah, did you see it? It was there for like a quick second. So it does happen when you're between different products, or not products, but flavor combinations. And then if I grab you here, so we grab this guy here, place you down, grab you here, and place you down. Do we get it when it's between dishes? Or is it only our flavor guys? So if I grab you here, and we were to do you here, and we were to grab you here, and we put you here, if I try to go back and forth between these guys, am I getting the glitch? We still are getting the glitch. I saw it there. And are you? No worries at all. I'll be able to Discord. See you later. I'll be taking a break. My head hurts. I'm sick. I do hope you feel better, Hardronics. My goodness, another sick. That's no good. Back to back. Feel better soon. It's a vertical line. When what thing controls the shader? The thing is, the thing that controls the shader is this guy here. This is the entire code of the shader itself. And the thing is that the shader is functional. And it's the same code as the customer code here. The same exact code here. The only thing that's changed is that the bottom outline has been highlighted. Oh, can you imagine the reason why we're getting that weird glitch is because the bottom outline? Hold on. If I close this guy here and we just remove the bottom outline, do you think that'll work? And now have a good one and try not to die again. Oh, I thought you have to add again. And I didn't realize, so lovely. If I click now on our levels here, we remove the bottom line, and imagine it's actually that. You know what? And it wouldn't surprise me. Hold on. No, I saw it. I just saw it there. Let me double check. Is it appearing? Oh, yeah. Okay, so it's not that. Thankfully, or maybe not thankfully. I don't know at this point. Oh, boy. But the good news is the objects are doing that. So you know what? I'll mark it down as a bug to be determined. So I'll do here, a bug, and I can actually show you the obsidian here, and the floaty effects add a lot to it. I'm glad you think so, Steve. The thing is, I'm thinking maybe it has to do with the floaty effects, which is why we're getting that error. It could be. That's something I'm thinking. Maybe because the customers don't have the floaty effect, that's why they decide, hey, yeah, I'm gonna work properly. And what visual bug? Sorry, I just tend to listen in. No worries at all, Chapel. No worries at all. I can show you. So if you look very closely at the, I can also do here too, is I can enable our Godot here. I believe it'll allow me to enable our Godot here, Yep, okay. So if I enable this guy here, and I were to make the screen a little bit smaller here, what you should be able to notice if I go ahead and make this guy a little bit bigger here, so you can see it in full detail here, and then make this guy super duper big so you can see it. There's like a line that appears when I go back and forth between the objects sometimes. So if I'm moving back and forth here, you see it? Right beside the cake a little bit, there was like a line that appeared. If I go back and forth, it seems to, there was a line. Oh, there was another line. And you know what? Actually, let's try this. I got an idea. if I very quickly go to our player here, so player here, if I go to our player and I were to very quickly change their speed, if I were to change her speed, it's 8,500 by default. If we remove that there, player speed is usually 50. So let me grab our speed here. Speed, where's your speed at, player? I want to grab your speed. This is, let's set the speed to speed. Where's speed at? Speed. Where's the speed at? If we go up here. Huh. Player doesn't have their speed on. It says 50 by default. If we click on play now and you're still zooming, yeah, that is a-okay. That is intentional. And computer enhance and hi Rodrigo. Welcome to the stream. Welcome in and welcome back. Do I have slower speed? Perfect. Okay. Well, actually not perfect. It needs to be a little bit higher than that. Can I just modify the speed from here if I make it like 100, like or maybe 200 here? I'm wondering if that'll make it easier to spot the bug. Okay, let's do like 1,000, I think. 1,000? How about 1,000? How does 1,000 feel, game? Okay, you kind of see it now. It's a little bit easier to see now without the, because of the speed removal. But now you can kind of get a very guarantee right beside the cake how there's like a line that appears sometimes between us. And she's doing the reverse moonwalk! Oh boy. Let's see, it doesn't happen between these two guys here. I'm left and then we're right and then we're left and right. It seems to happen when you're beside objects sometimes, which is really odd. And what if you wanted to go David? And yeah, see it? It looks like an anti-aliasing issue? But maybe it's me being stupid. I would not know. And Kazuzi kicked with walk style and probably because of none again. Do you think so? Oh, you know what? Cake is part of none, isn't it? Oh, hold on. Let me just first make sure I set, oh, entity default speed. Let me go ahead and make sure you are this guy here. And I do like the way you think. Okay, so if that's the case, right? If it is an issue with none again, let me try removing our none. And instead what I'm going to do very quickly is we're going to make the none the really small guy. And it's like happening out of bounds. What if there is a way to scale the picture slightly? Not going to, hold on now. Let me go ahead and copy this guy here. We'll copy you. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this guy here, paste it, and then we're going to go with that black color that we had here. We'll then redo this here, paste this guy here. Then we'll remove this here, paste that there. So we'll make this the default none instead, that it is an entire black guy here. There we go. We'll also modify this guy here, hold you there, move you up to like here. I think we can make you just a little bit smaller here, possibly. Where's your center at? That way it's not too small, like that. Oh, my wrist decided not today. Hold on here. We'll move you like there, I think, and move you two up, so we'll move you down here a little bit. And then we'll just remove that there. That should be fine for a little nun guy. And then you burnt the flavor. And this is just the sprite, or do these other sprites? The customers are fine. When I go back and forth between the customers, it works. But it seems to be the case of the flavors and the product here don't work quite well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab some of the other sprites, then delete them and make this guy instead the guy we use for the outline. That way, if it's a case of the outline being so close to the center that it doesn't work or that it overlaps, that way now there's a lot of space around the edge here as well as a lot of space around this edge here. So the hope is that I removed it by 2 pixels here instead. And what is your none sprite for? The none sprite is for if the game doesn't do the settings correctly and it doesn't spawn one of these flavors. So if something went wrong, it'll default to none, which lets me know, hey, you did something wrong. You might want to go back in your code and check everything to make sure that something's right. You should not get none in the game. Let me go ahead and click on this guy here. Duh, you burnt the flavor. Oh boy, we'll then go back to here. Let's then go into our product sprite here. We should be able to go to this guy here. I should then be able to click on you here, click on re-import. So we should get the re-imported version here. And then with that, we should also go to our, let's product. So our flavor sprite here. This guy here should also get re-imported. So re-import here. And then let's see. We'll go here. This guy should be updated. So let's see if that problem still happens. If we click on play here, I enable the big old screen here. And we go back to here. And, oh, you know what? What was Gabby's speed again? Oh no, I think it was like 8,500 if I'm not mistaken. If I go back and view here very quickly and go to player. Oh no, player here, player, your speed, right, is 8,500. Okay, just double checking here. Okay. Now back in the cafe here, do we get the line? I still see the line. So I don't know if it's an overlay problem there, because I do still see the line every so often. It appears like a flicker, but it's there. It's definitely there. And let me make the speed again here, copy 1,000 to make things a little bit easier to see as we go back and forth here. Do you see the line? Hold on, and then we go to here, and then we try to go here. That was the line there, I saw it. And black line now, and not on the left of the cake. hold on. I saw a black line there. That black line is very persistent there. And I see it on the right of the purple as well. Is it only on the flavors now, do you think? I see a line there. I'm not seeing it on the cake itself. We go over here now. Interesting. Huh. But the thing is, right, the cake was the first sprite next to the none. And the sprite that's next to none on the product is sweet. So, is it now a problem that it's a sweet thing? What I mean to say is that if we do this guy here very quickly and we just throw sweet over here and we grab bitter instead, since it's not the sprite connected to the first guy, so it's not right beside the none, maybe if we do that, is it now the issue that it only happens on sweet? So now if I go left here, oh, hold on. No, it still happens. And can you do me a solid? Can you move the cake sprite to the middle so it's pink cake purple? I can do that in Deity. Hold on. This is a mistake. Hold on. Give me a second. Hold on. Hold on. We'll get there in time. We'll go here, and then we gotta go back over here. Hold on. Okay, we'll get there. Hold on. 7 years later. Okay, we're good. Pink cake purple. Alright, let's go to the left here a little bit, right here a little bit, go to the left here a little bit, and I do see it on the cake now, beside the cake a little bit. Left here a little bit, it's appearing a lot beside the cake. Okay, and maybe it's an issue with the plates? Maybe, do you think so? We'll go left here a little bit, the right here a little bit. The thing is, the plates are their own, guys. And can it be because the two sprites on the right are too close to each other? I wonder. No, well, hold on, I have this object picked up. Let me very quickly reset this thing. And hi, Chief Multi-Hat. Welcome back into stream. That's not a name I've heard in quite a second. And what happens if the rhythm is off wrong? Can I make a bad tasting food and drinks? You will fizzle. If you fail to make the dish, then it destroys itself. Right now, there's no like bad dish that spawns. That could be fun to add, but at the moment, it's just a thing of you need to retry all over again. Welcome back in. And the bottom left, mostly because it has a black line, probably. We have here, now these two guys. Oh, no. It's not to do with the items being beside each other. I can't say that much. I just saw it. Did you see it? Back over by the purple. And, Adbrick, never mind. I didn't even choose this Adbrick life. It chose me. And let's see here. Z fighting? Z fighting. Right, too close to each other. What I can do as well, while we're waiting on the ad break, is I can also go ahead and remove this object here and pick it up and put it away. So now these guys are directly not beside each other. So there's no reason they should be fighting. Not one bit. And thank you, I sneak, I lurk when I can. I see. Well, welcome back to the land of speaking. I'm very much a lurker myself, so I do wholeheartedly understand that too. And the Z fighting is filled out since there is none and still there. Could you elaborate what you mean a little bit, Chapel? And let me get a little bit of tea here. Tasty. Let's see here. We can't get a black line on the leftmost plate because it already has a black line to the left of it, probably. I still don't quite get what you mean, Pala. Let's see here. Yeah, we can't see the black outline on the leftmost plate because it already has a black line to the left of it, probably. Give me 1 second here. Ruled out, not filled out? I see. Hold on. The Z fighting is ruled out since there is none and it's still though. I see. Okay, yeah. By order of operation, we have eliminated one possibility. I see what you mean there. Give me 1 second for my notes. We're all good to go. And the black glitch line for the left plate is most likely hidden by the table outline since it's already pretty dark. Hold on. What I can do, I think, is... Can I hide? Would it allow me to hide it? We could probably just add some plates to the... Hold on. I know what we can do. While we're waiting for the ad breaks, we can add some more plates here. What I can do is I can go into the cafe here, and welcome back in, Banafia. I can say, hold on, and can you remove all of the sprites? Can you elaborate? What do you mean, all of the sprites? Oh, when you spawn it, we can definitely do that. And is plate an atlas as well? Plate is indeed an atlas, I believe. Hold on. It is not a, what's it called? It's not an advanced sprite. It is just a sprite. There's a sprite with 2 frames here. I'm gonna go now. Have fun. No worries at all, Joni. No worries at all. Thanks for stopping by and chatting for a little bit. I hope you have a lovely time doing whatever it is you get up to. And reminder, folks, to take a break, say, stretch, hydrate, and eat crayons if you haven't in a while. And that's why probably I am all ears to trying to understand. It's getting the lines from the table outline for the outline, do you mean? I don't quite get that part. And let me get a little bit of tea as well. Tasty. I can say that the plate itself follows a different rule than the objects, because these are a sprite, the other ones are advanced sprites, so they work a little bit differently, and tea has been consumed. It has, and welcome back from the ad break. I assure you have not missed a thing. I can say, and like how I was bleeding the white outline of the flavors before, but the table itself isn't part of the outline, it's not part of the object, not part of the object equation. I guess that's the best way to say it. You know what we can try doing? What we can try doing is, we can spawn in a lot of dishes, and then, let's see, and it's part of the atlas. It's not like the same, or what do you mean? Part of the same atlas, or because it is an atlas, it's fighting? That's what I'm not too sure about. This is its own file, is what I mean to say, if that makes at all a difference. Let me click on this guy here, let me click on this guy here, and same atlas. No, it's not on the same atlas, it's a different file entirely. Let's see, click on you here. For example, the plate here is a file on its own. So this is a file, this is a file, and then we have, let's see, this is a file. Oh, hold on. I mean, not that guy. Well, that is a file, but this is also a file. So these are 3 separate files. And if we go into the game here, and I can see the table and the plate on the same atlas in the editor, yeah, it's its own thing though. Would that interact with everything else? What I wanted to do was, I wanted to go here, away from all of our tables, and what I want to do is I enable this guy here to do a quick test. If I then go here, I'm going to spawn in a dish here, so we'll spawn in one dish here, we'll then spawn in another dish here, and then we'll spawn in another dish here-ish, so dish here. Oh no, it should be 0, I think. Spawn in dish there. There we go. Okay, so we have 3 dishes, no plates. It's a little bit hard to see, so hold on. Let me slide this guy down. But there's no plates in sight. And let's try walking back and forth between these guys a little bit here. Let me grab this guy here, slide you over to here a little bit, grab you to be here-ish. This will let us know if it is a plate issue. If the plates are the thing that's making this angry, slide that guy over there. And then let me set Gabby's speed back to the super duper slow speed. So let me grab the player here. Grab the player here. Player, click on you here. There we go to there, there, and there. Let's set you now to 1000. Save that guy there. There we go. So, to you, Banafi, who's asking about the troubleshooting, there's currently a bug where if you stand between some of the sprites sometimes, the outline acts. Oh, you know what? These aren't floating. Hold on. That could be a thing too. That is a factor we have to consider. Hold on. Let me go back into this game here. I believe we can do flavor parser. Hold on. There should be like an is floating guy we can choose from. Let's see, tutorial dish, nope, tabletop, nope. It should be inside of our item, I think. Item, hold on, item. And think when Atlas is rendering the whole texture by cutting off everything you don't need right now, sometimes because of floating shenanigans probably, it might cut off slightly to the left or bottom of your current object, so the other Atlas's items bleed through. I still don't quite understand that, but I will write it down because I do know some person who has a little bit more knowledge on this, so I'll be able to ask them over voice that might be a little bit easier to understand. So if that is the avenue I need to go, I'll write that down. That way I can ask. Let's see, other Atlas bleed. I'll do that there. OTHERATLASBLEED. There we go. I have it written down. And if I go back into here, what I wanted to do was, in our game objects overflow detection, nope, I'm looking for our cake. Where's our cake at? Where's our cake being used? Item manager, game state manager, nope, item manager. Here we are, item manager, go into item manager here. Yep, okay. And in our item manager, I wanted to grab our cake here. Can I make you bounce? Bounce is on. Bounce modifier here. You are this cake? Who are you? I don't see, it doesn't say that you are that cake. Hold on here. We have this cake, we have that cake, and we have sweet. So you here, I want to make a bounce. So add a little bit of a bounce here. And bounce, let's see, follow modifier. Bounce should be enabled, but you're not bouncing. Let's see, if I go back to over here, you guys are bouncing. You're bouncing just fine. You are -1 or -4, so let's go back to here. So back to here. And then on our guy here, hold on, close this guy here. Close this guy here. Grab, not that guy there, this guy here. Yep, okay. And then set you to -4, so -4 here. Okay, and then you should have some sort of bounce, but I don't see you bouncing. And indeed, I'm bouncing. And think of an Atlas is rendering an object. Oh no, I did write that. So it makes me wonder if bouncing is the issue. We can definitely disable bouncing on the table to see if it works, but I'm not getting the object. So I'm thinking maybe it does have to do with what Pella said, the idea that the Atlas is overriding each other, which is super odd. I would think because they're individual or they're different from each other, it wouldn't matter too much. but I'm not getting the bug that we had here, where if you go between objects, you can kind of see a little bit lines here, which is odd. Okay, interesting, no bouncing on tables unless it's Vegas. Let's see, what I can do is for our bounce here, if we go to bounce, I should be able to do, an item here. In our item GD, for bounce, what I'll do is, let's see, you there, interactable. Interactable should have a bounce. There we are, okay. We'll just go ahead and comment all of this out here. And then let's just make sure bounce is not a factor in any of this. If I click on you here, I know that the guy is pulled up, so you're getting very zoomed in. And let me go back into here. All right, so no more bouncing. Do we still get the issue of the lines? It seems to be the case. Maybe bouncing is the issue. Oh, you can't see it quite. Hold on. Let me slide this down to here. There we go. Okay, so if I'm going between these tables, I'm not getting the line. So it makes me wonder, maybe the bouncing is the reason why, because I'm not seeing the lines anymore if I'm going back and forth between here. And the atlas texture is the same no matter what part you select. If you choose an atlas of item 1 and for some reason it slides 1 pixel to the left, it'll show a little bit of item 0. Oh, never mind. It's not bouncing. It's not bouncing. Interesting. Okay, so the next question would then be, we know it's not bouncing, so it could be the cake, or not the cake, but the, what's it called? The thingamajiggy. I wonder if we make the plate here. So if we go to the plate, we can I think there's a way we can check to see. If I hide this guy very quickly, what we can do is if we go into our plate here, so we go to our plate sprite here, plate, plate sprite, scene, plate, scene. No, it's a player scene. Plate. I want Plate. You here. What we'll do then is I will lower down the visibility. We'll do modulate, I believe, which is probably does affect the children. Yeah, okay. So we'll lower down the, we'll lower that guy down, and then let's click on play. So, if it is, my eyes. Hold on, I see my eyes. Give me one second, right back. So yeah, this is why we have that option disabled. Oh boy, I wonder how long I had the crazy eyes for. Oh my. And try setting filter clip to the axis texture to true. Oh, I can certainly do that. I can see about that. Once I do think it is the plates. I want to do this test and then we can do the filter thing. Let me see. If this guy here, I do think it's the plates, which is interesting. I would have never guessed. We're not getting that glitch anymore, so that's good. How odd that it happens to be the plates that is the issue, but we're not seeing it anymore. What is it called? I lowered down the alpha level, so now it's not visible, and since it's not visible, it's not showing up anymore. Interesting. All right then, let's go ahead and hide this guy here. We'll go back to our plate guy. We should be able to reset the modulation, then go back into our player here, or no, what player's fine, 8,500, I do remember it. And let's see, atlas texture to true. Is it a setting you set here, possibly? We have offset, center filled, frame, plate here. We have, nope, hold on. I can, if I zoom out here, let's see. Filter for, on texture itself, not the sprite. On the texture itself? Oh, I don't think I can do that. Oh, hold on. I don't know if that's possible because this texture. Yeah, I can do it on this texture. Never mind. I was going to say I don't think it's possible because of the way the plugin works, but can I do it here? I'm wondering because this guy has the plugin that I'm using for textures. The thing is, the dish is one of the few things, or not the dish, the plate. The plate is one of the few things that aren't an advanced sprite. So I'm wondering, can I do it on the advanced sprites or can I not? I'm not seeing an option here, but on our plate, because it isn't an advanced sprite, maybe we can see it here. We have, let's see, on the texture itself. So not the sprite, so texture here, right? Or do you mean the texture that I imported on? So if I go into plate here, let's see, plate texture. No, this is an A-sprite texture. Icon.plate PNG, nope. Where are you getting your texture from, plate? Where are you coming from? It says path, local path here. You are, texture here, yep, you there. I wonder, oh, that's no good. It might be a plugin issue that I'm not too sure about. What I can do for now, temporarily, is if I go into File Manager here, I'll go ahead and download the plate texture as an actual texture. So we'll do file, export, and export as. We'll save the texture to wherever it goes. And then we go back in here. Now we have the actual PNG. And then in the PNG, is this what you mean here? And the first thing in the sprite 2D bar? First thing in the sprite 2D bar? Do you mean sprite 2D? First thing in the sprite 2D bar. This thing here and this guy here? Size override. No, we have keep compressed and use said to do filter clip. If I type in filter clip, will it show up filter, canvas item region, filter clip enabled? I see. So we close that guy there, remove that guy then, and we set that to be enabled, and then we do it for you here too. Can we do you here? Oh, interesting. Save you there. We'll do it then for everyone else here if you have it enabled. So you there for our cake, and then we'll also do it for our cocoa, and then we'll do it for our cookie. So cake, cocoa, cookie. The good news is as well is that we have all of these as, what's it called? All of them are, or what's the best way to elaborate? They're all, no, I don't know how to say it. And no, it's not Atlas. Could you elaborate what you mean? Is it something else here instead? Then we can save this guy here. And then we have, and maybe the thing was moving into a new Godot version. Maybe the thing was moved into a new Godot version. Oh, so this is not going to fix this is what you're saying. Oh no, it's no good. Well, we can still try. Maybe. We go filter clip enabled here. We go filter clip enabled here. Filter clip enabled here. I believe all of them now have the thing. And then if we go ahead and do here, and no, it is the thing. And hello, I am back and soaking because of a flash storm. Oh no, I do hope you're able to stay safe, Chuck. Oh my, I think I can only remember one time. It was a very bad flood, and it was not enjoyable at all. Now, in order to think whatever it be, but I do hope you're able to stay safe. Let's see here if I click on you. Let me go back to here. And just looking at Google Docs, I found it under Atlas texture. Huh. If we go back here, back and forth, and let me enable this guy here. I think, knock on wood here, maybe that did fix it. We go back to here, and then we go right to here, and then we go back to here, and then right to here. How interesting. I would have never caught it if I wasn't looking very quickly or very focused. And I also would have never been able to fix it, I don't think, without your help, Hellas. So I do appreciate it, us. Yeah, I might have been stuck on that visual glitch for a very long time. Yeah, it seems to have fixed itself. It's now no longer a thing. How interesting. Interesting indeed. Okay, well, it's now fixed. So let's go ahead and close this guy here. I should then be able to close this guy here. We'll save it then, and we'll go ahead and now add the fact that everywhere can be outlined. That is great news. So let me go here, and I'm chilling in a bar close to home, so it's all fine. That's good. I am glad you are somewhere safe. Let me click on here. Let me do objects or outlines, outlines, outlines added for items. Items player can pick up here and hooray to weird GPU texture shenanigans. Oh boy. Now there's one last thing we need to do. We now have the highlights for when the player is near an object. That's good. We also have the highlights for when the player is near customers that they can interact with. So there's one more thing we need to allow the player to be able to highlight. And that's where I'm not too sure. And also what caused the bug? It was an option with the Atlas, the plates. The plates caused the bug. It had to do with the fact that the plate's texture was mixing with the object's texture. So we had to you had to click a button to enable a setting. And that fixed it. An Atlas texture bleeding into other items. Yeah, it was super odd. Let me go back to player here. Hold on, player here. If it lets me, player. I want to go back to our player here. Player, yep, player scene here. Player, and then I want to remove that there and fill you back to be your speed. Your true speed, Gabby! Zoom! Hold on, no, that's not your true speed, is it? Let's be honest here, Gabby. You have a true speed you can do. If I had to guess, maybe it's like 1600. Yeah, there you go. So speed, look at you go, Gabby! Can you imagine navigating around the cafe like this? Oh boy. What if we kick this thing up to, you know, like a 50,000? I'm just curious, Gabby. What if we unlock your potential? I think she's had a little bit too much sugar. What are you feeding her? Speed, run. Gotta go here. Gotta go take the ice. Take all the ice. All the ice. Oh, that's great. And zoomies are working. Ideal sweet sugar. Oh boy. sugar high. That's all, a caffeinated cafe. Oh, I should not be left alone in a room with that. We'll go ahead and spawn a customer here. Customer, can you sit in a spot I can reach? You know, that would be great. Can you sit in a spot with other people? They're all this. What are the odds that they all choose a single table? Fine. I'm forcing the worst curse upon you. Social interaction. Go. All right, let's see. In here, back and forth, we're good to go here. And then we have the customers that you can interact with, good to go now. We have the objects on display here that you can also interact with here too. And they're good to go here. You can pick it up and it's still highlighted. And when you go in and out, so that's good. These are all working and you can even select an object and it'll also be highlighted. The last thing we need to do is we need to enable it so that when you are near objects like this, it also has a highlight and the customer just leaves. You know, they look into the shop, open the door, notice that there's no seats that are individual, so then they leave and they never come back because they try again. They're like, actually, you know what? I don't want to do that battle. I came to relax. So I think what is of need is we are going to have to add. Oh, this is tricky. So, speaking of advanced sprites versus regular sprites, right now, there's two systems at hand here. These guys are from the updated system. These guys were very quick placeholders that I did just for the hope and sake of other things. And I'm wondering, is it a case of where we have to have advanced sprites, or can it be a thing of something different? For example, our trash can. What is our trash can referred to as? If we go into our trash can script here, our trash can is this guy. This little guy here is called a, it's a game object, okay? And is our bookshelf, would you perchance happen to also be a game object? Because if you're both game objects, that makes this very easy. And no, but when Maniac sits at the table, take it anyway. You did make a fair point. But what if the coffee's good? We have here a bookshelf, who too is, nope, not a game object. I see. Now, exactly, Trash, what is a game object? Let me go and close these guys here to give us a little bit more space since we've had so many open. Hold on, close this guy here, close this guy here, close this guy here. Is a dish a game object? That's also pretty important. Not dish, plate. What are you, plate? What are you categorized as? You are also a game object. I see. Well, that's okay. We'll just check your value, I think is fine to do. So, a game object. Static thing in the world the player can interact with. Use item and interact. Hold on, that's not correct. A static thing in the world the player can interact with using an item. There we go, using an item. That's what a game object is. However, we need to have something else. What I'm thinking is, we will have not only a game, how can we do this? So, the difference is that let's see, go back into cafe here. Cafe, where are we at? Cafe. Okay, so, a game object at the moment is anything that the player can interact with using an item. For example here, the trash can is a game object because we can delete stuff with it. And the plate here is a game object because we can put items on here. But the bookshelf is not a game object because there's no way we can move an item or add an item onto there. You know, would it be such a bad idea, do you think, to allow the player to put stuff back on the shelf, do you think? Maybe, possibly. That would be a game object. You know what? I like that idea. Let's do it. Let's make the bookshelf a game object and then have it set so that if the player wants to put something back on the shelf and they have the object on it, I think that could be a fun idea to do. And with that said, we'll also go to our bookshelf here. So back to our bookshelf, and let's turn our bookshelf into a game object here. And then we'll go ahead and say that if the object is a certain thing, so we'll say extend node, we'll make this into a game object. So game object here, game object, which is a-okay to do. And on our game object, then what we're going to do is do game object. So game object, what? I did read that, lovely. Game object here in GD. So we're going to need a use item and then an interact, like so. And I believe as well, let me just check for our player here. Player for use object. I just want to make sure that it doesn't delete the item. So if we do Control-Shift-F here and we do use _ item, it should not delete the item unless the player has the item deleted. So for example, here we have player and an item interactable use. What I'm going to see about doing, item is collected and the player loses item. So, item.collect the item interactable use item. What we can say is that if the item isn't collected, maybe we can return like a bool, I think, possibly. So if you get a false on item collect, then return. Collecting did not occur. I think that would be a good idea to do. So we're just going to do here if, and hold on, item.collect. The item collected here, yep, you are an interactable here. Yeah, okay. What we'll then do for our player, I'm thinking at least, is here instead, we'll say item interactable, use item, and then item interactable.collect. Let's see. We could definitely do something like a test. That could be a thing too. We can say item is collected and player loses item. And what we can say is item interactable won't take items. Oh, look at that. Won't take dishes. It already has it here as a thing. And if the player interactable won't take items or won't take dishes. And yeah, you know what? That's a great idea. So we can say item interactable dot can hold dishes or false and player holding dish. This does already have things working. So maybe we just do a thing of this guy here can hold dishes. Are you a guy here? Yep. Okay, so what we'll say then is, we have at export can hold dishes. We'll see if the item can be collected. So we'll do a function for can collect item, can collect item. So we'll say can collect interactable, can collect interactable. And then we'll go ahead and go here, and then we'll go and do a void for here. Oh, hold on, void here. Oh no, it's a bool. It's a bool here. And then what we'll say is that return, and then we'll go ahead and do can hold, or if hold on, if you are an interactable, so item to check, so interactable_to_check, interactable to check, and it's going to be something. We don't know what it is right now at the moment, as we're looking to see if if it is a dish or it is an item, which should not be too hard to do. So we'll go back into our guy here. So if our item matches the type of certain things. So we go back to our bookshelf here, go back to you here, and go back to the game object here. What we can say is that match, and then I'm wondering if we did this before, where we check the type. So for example here, interactable, or items, let's see. You are interactable to check. So match interactable to check. And then what we're going to say is dot type, I think. Dot type. Godot 4 check type. Godot 4 check type. And then let's see, check type. How do I check the type? Type of. Yeah, so in Godot 4 you can check the type of variable using either the keyword for objects or type of, or a function and primitive and built in. Yeah. So let's see. You can do dot type of, but for like dot is my thing. I'm not too sure how to do that. You can do type of, so type of, I think, great. Match something like there. So item to check dot type, or would it be instead you here, and then type of, and then you would put the variable in here. So something like this here instead, and then we would do that there. And then you would see type of, which returns the internal values using the variant.type values. And that's the thing here. All of these aren't mine, so you would be checking all of these. So it makes me think that instead what you would have to do is to see if blank is. So for example here, if interactable to check is, and then you would say if interactable to check is dish, and then we would do return here, something like that. And I don't like that at all. I'll be honest, I don't know if there's any way to do like a match case. I would love to do that instead. So you would do here, for example, a dish here, you would then do an item. So if it's an item, you would check to see if it's an item, for example, here. And then you would also check to see if it is one or the other or something like that. I like the idea of that, but if item to check is dish, if item to check is something like that, I think would be, and we'll do is just return false for now. You return false here, you return false here, something like that, and not all code pass return. I see, and then we'll go ahead and do return by default, retur and false. Return false by default. So something here. And I want to know, is there a way to do a match case using the is? Let's see, Godot 4, match case using is. Let's see, if we do is the type of, something like that. Can we do it for that pattern? So if you want to use the is keyword statement match by leveraging pattern guards, you could do when blank is blank. Oh. You know, it's not too bad. It's definitely something. It definitely is. Apparently what you do is you do match, and then you would do the interactable to check. INTERA, or I did not do that correctly. INTERACTABLE. INTERAT. So interactable to check. match interactable to check. And then you would do here, like this here. So when blank is blank, so let's see, interactable to check. And then you would do this here, when, maybe. So you would do when blank is blank. And not expected you there. So when x var x when x is blank you. That's what I'm not sure about. When I guess you would do x then. So let's see. When var x when x is blank. So let's see. We then do var x when x is like that, something like that. Expected intended pass, something like that there. How odd. Why are we getting angry? Unreachable code. You're fine. Just go down there. There you go. Happy now? Are you still unreachable? I see. No, you're fine. Okay. So you would do something like this here, which is interesting. And then you would do these guys here. And I do like that better. So var x when the x is blank. And then you would do item here. So instead of an if or something like that, I do like that a lot better. So what we'll do then here is that when the dish is or when x is dish or when x is item, what we're going to do is do something a little bit different. We want to make sure that if our item can hold dishes or items, or if our object can hold an item or a dish. The thing is that there's a lot of different items in the game, and I would want to make sure, or I would want to have a difference between, or you know what, there's a way to do this really easily. If we just say, hey, bookshelf, you can take back anything that is an item. So do we want to be able to only allow the player to put flavor back on the flavor shelf, and then you know what? I like that. I like the idea of just saying, hey, if it can go on a shelf, it doesn't matter which shelf it is, you can put it on a shelf. I think that works out fine. So we'll add this guy here, add this guy here, remove the spacing, that way the player doesn't get overwritten on that one here. So we'll say when that is that there, and we'll do here. And then we do that, and then you do return, hold on, return, return blank here, can hold dishes. And then we'll say here, return can hold dishes or can hold items, like that there. And then if either is not true, so if it is not either of these, then false, it can't collect it. So something like that I think can work out well. And the thing then becomes, if we can collect it, then we can use the item. And the funny thing is, now we've gone through this whole Mary bush and we don't even need the collect item anymore because it'll work. Oh boy. So now it's fine. It's totally fine. And we have interact, player with interact. Nope, we just have use item here. So, item has been interacted with. Go ahead and delete the item is what we'll do. So, back in our player here, not player, we'll go back into here. We want to go for our bookshelf. So this guy here, and on our bookshelf, now what we can say is this guy here. And what I want to do is on use item, let's go to our trash can here to grab that guy. So in our trash can code here for our use item, we just delete the item. So we go ahead and do this guy here, and then we go back to our bookshelf here. So bookshelf here. Bookshelf, that guy there. And what we can now say is that blank has been interacted with. Nope, we can go ahead and say blank has been deleted by blank. And then we have that there. So if it is allowed to be, and then on our bookshelf here, we'll just make sure it says can hold items. It can't hold dishes, you can't delete dishes. But the trash can does allow you to hold on, trash can does allow you to hold, I didn't do that correctly. Trash can does allow you to hold both, because it can delete both. So now, if we go ahead and close this guy, click on this guy, let's see what happens if we go ahead and go back to here, we go back to here, go back to here. Now, hopefully, the idea is that we can pick this guy up, open up this guy here, and we don't get it deleted. And the thing is, too, is that if this is opened, so if we have something picked up, I don't know if I like the idea of, because this guy should be deleted, but it's not getting deleted. How odd. Interesting. When the player interacts with it, it doesn't get used. Hold on, let's go back to our bookshelf here. So bookshelf here, bookshelf, there we go, bookshelf. If you and there interact and player can interact open, and then we'll put on here player, let's see. What is the function for player that allows them to see about modifying? So player here, player scene here, player GD, there we go. And then we have you here. So let's see, interact with items in range. And we'll do that there. And then we'll go ahead and go back to our player here. So player here. And then we'll go to, not player. We'll go back to our bookshelf here. Bookshelf. So bookshelf here. Bookshelf. We'll do bookshelf scene here. Yeah. And then we'll say if the player, how can we say it exactly? I think if the player has an item and then you interact with it and it deletes the item, then don't open up the UI. I do like the idea of that. So what we'll do is we'll go back into our bookshelf GD here. And then upon doing the open, we're going to go ahead and do only if the player has nothing on them. So we'll do here utility dot player. So player utility dot player, and then we'll go ahead and do dot, and then do interact with items in the interactable range. That there. And then what we'll say is that if the player let's see. If the player has an item before or after, you would want to do it before or after. If the player has an item afterwards. So what we'll say is that if how can we say this? If player dot item, so utility dot player, so utility dot player dot, and then item, so current item dot, or if utility player item is item, so is item. If it is an item, we'll go and grab it here. So item is an item. So if it is an item, we'll go ahead and do back to player here, and then back to you here, back to you here. Yep. Okay. No, wrong. Bookshelf. We need to go back to our bookshelf here. So bookshelf here. So if the utility dot player is an item, and we'll also put here and player can interact. So we'll just put here first. If utility if you there. So I'm just going to do and player can interact. The player can interact. If then the player has an item, so if player, so utility dot player dot item, if the player has an item, and then we say if the player item, because I think if you're asking what an item type is and the item is null, I think it gives you an error. So we have to first check to make sure it is an item, and then we can check the typing of the item. Because if you try to check the typing of something that's null, it gives you an error. So I think this is what you have to do. I don't think you can put these on the same line. So if utility player is item, then we go ahead and do this here. Otherwise, we can go ahead and say else, and then we'll put that there. So else will go here, and then that'll go here, like that there. So if the utility player has an item, then we check to see if it is an item. Otherwise, and we can do the here and else actually, because that is the else. So you have utility player dot item. Otherwise, we'll do else here, and then we'll do else. Actually, I think we have to do else in both places, because if the player has an item, yeah, otherwise open. And hi, Sessinatori. Welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. I believe it is Sessa. Hi, and I hope your day's been well so far. And it uses lazy logic. You could do if item is not item is item. And item, I see. Okay, so you can't do both at the same time then? I would be able to put, for example, this on the same exact layer. Interesting. So I can do if utility dot player item, and then we can say not equal to null, and that works, and item is item. Otherwise, go ahead and open that up. So if it's not null and you have an item, otherwise open it up. But the thing is, if the player has an item, I do think it's fine to let them open up the bookcase, but you just can't add anything to your inventory. So we'll go ahead and do here. Go ahead and click on play, and I think that should work. And also, hello, hi, and welcome back in. Now, if we click on play here, we go back into our game here. Now we're in here. Now I can open up the thing because I don't have an item on me. However, if I select an item now and I try to open this guy up, it does not allow me to do so. So I can't interact with it now. Interesting. And if it's null, it should short circuit the and. Ah, that's neat. That's super neat. It makes me wonder why this won't allow me to open it up now. If you there can interact. If player has item, and it seems that you speak a lot clearer when chat isn't distracting you. Who could have thought? I told you, my mind is one track. If I have to split my mind into multiple tracks, then it starts to go a little bit awry very quickly. You could say I get sidetracked. Bad. Oh boy, if I put is just action pressed interact and utility player can interact. That's true. And then we say if the player item's not equal to null and the player item is in range, then go ahead and interact or remove the item. That's what we're doing here. Player interact with item and interactables. But it's not working. So that's where I'm getting a little bit confused at. So you know what? Let's go ahead and check to see what this does. And oh, you know what? Is it not counting the bookshelf as an item in the interactable area? Maybe, possibly. If I get a little bit of tea here while we're waiting. Tasty, 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 not Stacy. Oh boy, we'll go back into here, and I should be able to click on you here. So we are in this guy here, and it says player.interact with item interactables in range. If we then go back into here, do we have any item interactables in range? It seems to be the case that this guy says, I don't have any item interactables in range. So I am going to remove you here. Interesting, item interactables in range. Okay, so the game is not counting then item interactable in range. So is the bookshelf not counted as an item oh, hold on. Go back to trash can here. I know what we need to do. When we go to our sprite here, our area, if we go into our area here, and hydration,
the underscore Whitechapel just redeemed hydrate.
This poor level of puns from you is certainly tracks. Dad, you call me bad, very bad, and thank you for the redeemed chapel. Thank you. You sure think she's going? No. What have I done? I take no responsibility. I don't wanna. Oh, don't let me get that redeem. There we are. What we need to do is we need to set the layer here to the 6 here, as it is an object. So let's see. Is the bookshelf set to layer 6? That's what I want to check. Our area is not indeed set to layer 6. So we need to set it to 6 here for this area here. There we are. So now it's set to 6. So the game should recognize it as such. We can see here for our trash can. Where did the trash can go? Trash can. Oh, there we are. Trash can. You can see it's on layer 6 for our area 2D. So this guy here also has to be layer to layer 2D here, object. So now if we click on play, it should now work. And you were trained to deal with this, huh? You weren't. No! No! I got it! I don't like that I got it! How dare you! Check. Wheelie. You really had to do that. Let's go ahead and pick this back up. And then let's see if we open this guy up here now. If we then go into the, this guy here we go as a step into, we should now go into it, I think. And come on, guys, you're derailing your train of thought! Not you too! Terrible! I want you to know that! It seems like we go past the range now. So if we go ahead and remove that breakpoint, it should, hold on. Oh boy, let's click on play here and let me get off this crazy train! We're only going one way! Let's click on play here, and I think I fixed the issue now as if we click on this item here, we can see open, close, open, close, open, close. We can then see if I click on this guy here, delete it. So now the player can both grab an item from here. They don't have to go directly to the trash can if they don't need to. They can always just go here. The thing is, this trash can be used for both. Now, I don't know if I quite like that. I do think it works. It would allow us to do some game interactables. What do you think? Should allowing the player to be able to use the shelves to put things back be a good idea? Or should using the trash can be what the player has to use? Should we make them suffer is what I'm asking. Put it down, Gabby! Gabby, put it down! You don't need it! You don't need it! I don't know how we got that bug, and you can't deny the crimes you conducted! No! Oh boy, Justin Hart, she wants it! She needs it! I tried! It doesn't want it! Gabby, please! I don't know why it decided to do this now. I don't know. Let's see. If we go then and do if item player null all of you, truth be told, we could still just do this here. It doesn't matter too much, so I'm wondering. Is she still in that high from earlier? I think she needs help. Might be an addiction. Oh no. She can get help. She can definitely get help, but no addiction here. And she's clean as a whistle. Let me go ahead and move that back to here. We'll go ahead and comment this out just in case I need that again. And then we'll remove that here, remove that there, remove that there. Okay, and then we'll remove that there. And that'll go there. So we won't allow it to delete stuff. We'll just say return. So you there, open. Oh, I see underscore open. And then we have use item. and we'll just say return. The use item actually doesn't do, oh no, we are going to need to allow it to do it. Hold on, let's just go to bookshelf here and say it cannot hold items or dishes. There we are, and return, R-E-T-U-R-N, return. It does not work on thing. There you go, there you are. Okay, but why is it that Gabby decides, nah, I don't want the item, and that's what they all say, I can stop whatever. I can stop whenever I want. Oh my, and that way I do that. Maybe Air's playing so long, she might have some locomotive. Bad. Awful. And gotta go. No worries at all. Chum, no worries at all. See you next weekend. Indeed, see you next weekend. And I do appreciate you for coming next weekend. I hope you have a lovely rest of your insert time zone here. Let's see. I'm wondering, pick up, put down, pick up, put down. So, she seems to have learned self-control. I think we're okay now. Gabby, are we okay? Well, we can now open up this guy here. We can still open up this guy, but we won't get the item added. We can even go to this guy here. We cannot get the item. Okay, I like that. I think that works out way better. She can pick it up. She can put it down. She's okay. And we now still have to have the player do the back and forth with the trash can. And I think it works out well, which means now we can do something I've been wanting to do for quite a long time now. Okay, I blew all my steam out. Oh no. Bad, I tell you, awful. Oh, let's go ahead and save this here. Then we'll go ahead and we should be able to now add to our sprite here. So this guy here, you are a game object. We are also going to make our game object here have a how can we do this? Current item, use item. Our game object should have a sprite. So you know what? Who's using a game object? Extends game object. It should just be, I think, a few guys here. Control Shift F. Find all of you here. We have bookshelf, we have plate, and we have trash. What we're going to do is say, do a few things. First, we are going to allow the game object to have an @export var for sprite. The bookshelf has one for sprite, so we're going to let them all have a sprite. So I believe we can just do @export var for sprite. And this guy here is going to be a sprite for now. Can be anything, I think. S-P-R-I-T-E, a sprite 2D, I think will work out fine. And this allows us to have it here. And then we're actually going to remove this guy here, if anything. And that allows us to do this guy here. Then we'll go back into game object here. And then we'll just do this guy here. So now everyone has a sprite. You're all good to go now. Lovely. And with that said, now let's just go ahead and assign all of our guys to have a sprite. So your sprite goes here. There you go. We'll save you. We'll have a trash can. Trash can. Go ahead and add your little sprite here, as well as our plate. So we need to open up our plate here. And I see what you did there. Oh boy, we add our little plate here. Where's our plate? I typed in player. P-L-A-T-E, our plate. We need to add our plate scene here, plate scene. From plate scene, we need to make sure we have the sprite connected here. And then after that, in our game object, what we also need to say is we have an @export E-X-P-O-R-T var for can underscore B underscore H-I-G-H-L-I-G-H-T-E-D. Can be highlighted. It's going to be a bool, and it's going to be set to false by default. And then what we're going to say is have now a highlight function. So I'll do Control Shift F and we'll do H-I-G-H-L-I-G-H-T. Should be able to do that there. Fine, where we use our guy already, an object that highlight all of these guys here. For a remove highlight, I should just be able to do this guy here. Then let's go back, and I'm using a lot of code, so I'm thinking to myself, likely we'll have to have some sort of where we don't have to do this copy and paste, which is no fun. It's never a lot of fun. I've had to use this can highlight 3 times now, so I mean, it's not looking too good. Not looking too good at all, but it's okay for the moment. We'll go back to our sprite here, and we'll say if can highlight, if can highlight, then do that guy there, and then we'll also do this here. And then we'll go ahead and add this guy here. And again, if can highlight, and we'll do this guy here. So do those guys there. And then lastly, what we're going to have to do is, we're going to have to check our highlight here. And in this highlight function, we can see that it does our set instance parameter. And this is where I'm thinking, yeah, this guy here has got to be modified a little bit. So we'll just go to our guy where we were at. We'll go back to our plate, go back to game object. And you know what? We could probably do like a to-do to figure that out. So we'll do to-do here, and then we'll go ahead and just do you here. So you there, and then we'll do you here, and then you here. And then we'll go ahead and just do remove all of you here. And then, oh, hold on. Never mind. Actually, we have to do highlight for here. There you go. And then we have to do highlight here for you. And there you go, about there. And then we'll remove that guy there, remove all these guys here. And I'll put down here a hashtag to do highlight and highlight were functions, functions, functions repeat, repeat in multiple places. There we are. Function repeats in multiple places. That should be good to go with all of that good and done. And lastly, we need to add the can highlight. So if it can highlight, right now it can't be highlighted. Our trash can be highlighted, so we can go ahead and add that can be highlighted here. And with that said, we can also add now on our trash can sprite here, not material. Where is it at? Material? Yes, material. We'll go ahead and do our outline. So we should be able to grab our outline here, drag and drop it to be here. We can then also go for our bookshelf here. Should also be able to do the same thing for our little bookshelf guy here. Add our material, grab this guy here, drag and drop it into here, save it, and then we can also do can be highlighted. Where is the can be highlighted? I don't see that. Bookshelf, you should be a game object. Yes, you are. So you should have the can be highlighted bool. Why do you struggle? Huh? Why is that? Where I don't see the can be highlighted on here. Can be highlighted. Yeah, where is it at? It says it is a no, I take it back. Never mind, I take it back. It is a game object. It says it's a bookshelf. Game objects can be highlighted, so that guy should appear here, but it doesn't. Everything's saved, so why isn't it appearing here? We have you here, and then you here. Is it a case of where we have to refresh the project? Everything should be saved, so I think we're okay and good to go there. We'll let it load back up as I get a little bit of tea here. Unfortunately, that was the last of my tea. That's no good. We'll go ahead and save this guy here. And now can be highlighted does appear. How odd. Well, sometimes turning it on and off again does work. So we'll save that guy there. And lastly, I believe, as we hydrate and try turning it on and off again. Yep, that did work.
Hydrate.
I'll get some more water. Let's see. Water has been acquired, and I remembered not to look at chat too. Thank you for that routine check. Thank you. Oh, you know what? I completely forgot too. Hold on, to do that guy there. There we go. Okay, with all of that said and done, now we should have the option for things to be highlighted. There's one more thing we need to do. We need to go back into our player here, and we need to check if something is a game object, which I think we do here. Yes, indeed. Item, interact with item in range. So we do here, item interactables in range here. There we are. So we go back to you here, find where we are game object at, and we have, hold on, Control F. And in our Control F here, for example, here we have item interactable in range. So if object is game object, we have if current object dot item current item interact, and we can also say here for our object also dot, and we should be able to do highlight here, object dot highlight, as well as do in our on detection range area entered. We can also do here on exit that we do object dot remove highlight here. There we go, remove highlight. And then we can go ahead and click on play, and hopefully all the highlights should be highlighting now. Shall we see? As I click on you here, we click on you here, and then we click on you here, and we click on you here. Lovely. And let me also get a little bit of tissue here and clear my nose if I go ahead and do the button. All good to go. Let's see. With that said, let's see as I grab the mouse again. We can do this guy here, and then we can do you here. And now it's the moment of truth. Let us go to the trash can. And yay! Now the cafe is radiating from all the uranium food. Uranium? Where from? Oh, I guess yeah, because it's green. Hold on now. Do I have to go change it to purple to make a point? Oh no. Hold on. I know. I remembered. It is the thingamajiggy on the thingamajiggy. What you gotta do here is with the gizmo, you gotta do, I forget what it's called, but I know it's the thing. Yummy plutonium. It's the, Atlas something. I forget the name of it, but I know why it's doing that. I don't know if it's typing in Atlas here that we need to do it for. Add, highlight, no. I don't remember the word it was used. And reminder, folks, to take a break, save, stretch, drink spider milk, and eat curry pan if you haven't in a while. I feel as though spider milk wouldn't be that bad. I can believe that one. I can definitely believe that one. Use parent material. What was it called exactly? I forget. It was called something specific. Paolo, would you happen to still be here? I don't know. In the meantime, if I don't get a response, let me see if I can check the plate here and find out where. I might just have to reverse the. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I got an idea. If I scroll up to Paolo's previous history comments, I think I can find all of the messages sent. And then, if I make that a little bit bigger, I should be hopefully able to just, let's see, scroll up here, and it is called the, let's see, on texture itself, filter clip is what it's called, filter clip, here, filter clip, no, hold on, that needs to be here, filter clip has been enabled. So we go back to our bookshelf here, filter clip, aha, set that guy to that guy there, set our trash can to also have filter clip, so region filter clip, and then instructions unclear. I ate a spider and a pan. Oh no! Oh boy. We'll save those guys there, and now we click on play, and now I believe it should work out swell. I'm going to have to make sure I save that as a reminder. Filter clip if objects are overlapping. You know, I'm going to write that down now. That way, just in case, as I believe that was the issue. Or this is it was the old issue we ended up finding out about earlier. No. Hold on. There's another thing. It could be that we have a blink screen for the darker places. They're still fixing this. Hold on. All right, filter clip, FILTERCLIP. For FOR, FLICKERINGLINES. Filter clip for flickering lines. And I'm sure you'll remember that, and it won't lose a note. Oh, I'm gonna put it in obsidian. This is just temporarily for now. Our trash can, if I close this guy here, do you happen to have, okay, it doesn't have a blank guy here. And in our bookshelf, oh, you know what? Hold your horses here. I think I know why. I think I got it. If we go to our bookshelf guy here, so our bookshelf, bookshelf, GD, bookshelf scene. Does the bookshelf happen to have a .a sprite? That would be wonderful. I don't see a .a sprite for our bookshelf. How odd. Okay, well, that's fine. We'll do show and file menu here. And yeah, no a sprite in our bookshelf. Well, that's okay. We'll click on this guy here, open up this guy here. Let me bring you into draw here. And while I'm setting this all up, we'll go ahead and have the ad break happen. That way we won't have to be interrupted. And I will have that do its thing while I set all this up. So we need to have a bookshelf a sprite guy here. And I'm thinking because of the way the texture is on the outline, that's probably why. So we'll have the bookshelf open. We'll also grab our trash can here. So trash can here. And our trash can is also just a PNG, which is no good, no bueno at all. So I'll go ahead and grab you here, do show and file manager here, and then we'll also grab this guy here to be a sprite here. There we are. Okay. So this guy seems like he's fine. He has space around the edges. So then it's probably the bookshelf that's the issue. And we're going to have to center our bookshelf, which shouldn't be too bad. We'll just center it. We also have to make sure that the very top has a spacing around the edges too. So the overall fix, not too bad. But I'll save that for once the ad break is up. With that said though, let me go ahead and get some water as I drink a little bit. Water has been devoured. We're all good to go. And that said, let's... Oh, okay, you know what? Maybe we don't do back stretches. I sat up and my back cried. I didn't expect that. That's not good. Oh no. Oh my, okay, let's make sure I am in a sitting up position. You know, sitting up's pretty important. I didn't realize. Well, I knew that, but sometimes you have to be reminded and stretch.
The _white
like
chapel just redeemed
Imposter check, yeah. I should have been doing that a lot sooner. Oh, thank you for those, Chapel. And oh, you might be old. I know what that means.
The _white chapel just redeemed posture check.
Right a little bit slowly but surely. You don't want to feel any discomfort or pain. If you do, call Doctor Coiler. Don't call me. I should not be held liable for anything that happens. You at your own transgression, not me.
And your back shouldn't cry. No, it shouldn't, but it did. I didn't say that. What's that three-letter word? The three-letter word then check, huh? I want to share with the class. Let me go to the left here a little bit slowly. And then we'll also go back a little bit. Not too back, though. Back a little bit slowly. And then we'll also go to the front a little bit. Fun! Ah, yes. Fun. And big gold sparkles, you might be cool. Cool? Cool, damn it, or what do you mean exactly? Little snowman wipe. How silly. Let's do some next stitches too. We'll start off by going to the left here a little bit slowly again. Slowly. If anything hurts, abort the mission. Abort! And let's see here. Let's go to the right here a little bit. And then let's go to the back here a little bit. Make sure nothing's scratching. That's not advised. And then we'll also go to the front a little bit here too. That should be good to go. Now, while we're stretching here, do you think there's anything we can do to modify these bookshelves a little bit? You know what? We can definitely modify them a smidge. There is a way. There is definitely a way here. And Eris, my studio, Claudius Mistoid hurts. Eris, my studio, Claudius hurts. You're doing something wrong. Welcome back from Maverick. What a thing to come back to. Mother, my neck! No! That's not good for your health! I think the reason why these guys are angry is because of padding. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to move these guys over by like 8, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to put them in the center. And then we're also going to have to move this guy down by like 1. And actually, you know, let's move all of this down by like 1. So 1 down here, and then this guy goes down by like 1, and then this guy here goes down by like 1, and then this guy here goes down by like 1, and that should remove the issue with padding. There we go. And are you sure it was 8? What do you mean by 8? I think so. I counted. 1, 2. Well, you know, I can just check this. It should be 16 wide. It is. I was right. Down there it says 16 wide. I was correct. Thank you very much. We're going to save this guy here. What I would like to do is to see about maybe making these possible jars instead. There are already jars. But what I mean is that we can make this guy have like a little pot here to show that this is the potion one instead. So something like we did do 1 bit, didn't we? So we should have expertise by now on how to do potions. Something like that there, I think, can work out a little bit better. So we'll grab this guy here, I think. Cover this guy. We'll just put them where they were. So I'll just grab this here, grab this here, and then we'll copy you here, do that there. And you moved both at the same time, so the middle stayed the same? Yeah, we were moving it from this edge here, so that they're in the center. It was off by like a little bit. We'll copy this guy here, we'll then copy this guy here, copy this guy here, copy this guy here, and then copy this guy here, and then we'll go ahead and fill all of this guy in here. So that should be fixed there. And I don't know, does this invite you into the idea that this is like where you would go to get your potions or your flavor mixtures? Maybe we go for like a softer color. We could definitely do that. Something like that then could maybe work. I don't know. I don't know if that feels inviting or if it feels as though you're about to be fooled. Maybe if we add like a little bit on top, that definitely works. We probably have to make this guy go over by like 1. So we can add the bit of the cork in the center, something like this here. Would definitely feel better. Yeah, I like that a lot better. So we'll make this guy go here, copy all of these guys here. And oh yeah, that looks like my uncle's cabinet. All it's missing is like an X on the front of it. Oh boy, we'll copy this, I think, put it here maybe instead, and then copy this guy, put it here. We'll put you here instead, I think. And then this guy can go all the way over here. There we go, and add that there. Okay, and then we'll see about adding, I think possibly, maybe we can add a little bit of a highlight here, have it go up a little bit more. Have this guy, the thing is the color. I don't like the color, and I don't know why. Let's see, if I Google super duper quickly, pixel art, bookshelf with potions, P-O-T-I-O-N-S, pixel art bookshelf with potions. What are we seeing exactly? I am seeing just about what I thought I'd see. Some of the potions are different sizes. Some of them have different things. So maybe we can go with, and are those chicken crust pizzas on the right shelf? No. No, they're not. They're a sensible food. They're fine. I assure you, they're good. They're a-okay. Oh boy, we can go and close Gabby here. We can then grab the outline, I think, here, and then I died, but I'm back. Hi AVN, welcome back into stream. Welcome back in. That's no good. So I'm glad you're back from it. It sounds very healthy. Well, then I think add in something here, and maybe we remove the inside of the potion here, and that could definitely make it feel like empty bottles. So that could work. And then if we make the silver maybe go up by like a little bit, so we add this guy here and then add this here, and he always comes back. And what's with the dye today? Jeez. Yeah, well, I guess it's pretty on brand for Necrotype, necromancy, and bringing people back from the dead. I can live with that. I can definitely live with that. Oh boy, we'll go ahead and do this guy here. Add this guy in here. Add this guy in here. This would have been a great way to use a stamp in Ace, right? Would have been a wonderful option to use instead. So remove this here, remove that here, remove that here, and then we'll go ahead then. And I think we'll make you like a, nah, that was pretty comforting. There are no taxes in the afterlife. Take me back. Take me back. Oh boy. We'll go ahead and do this guy here. I think we'll make this more of a silvering. What's a stamp? Yeah, I can show you actually. Hold on. So in Ace-Sprite, what you can do is if you select an area that you want to make a stamp out of, then you can do Control B. And if you do Control B, it'll give you a custom stamp brush. So what I was saying was that we could just stamp like this instead of copying and pasting, but it's a little bit too late for that. I mean, technically not, but you can see that you can make custom paint brushes here. That's what that Control B does. So we could definitely just make our own guy here and then kind of modify it, but depending on the other one, I think that can work as well. So we'll undo all of this here, and then we'll go ahead and paste this guy here. And I do think that can work a little bit better, and then probably you'll have to up the brightness a little bit here, up the guy a little bit here, and maybe this then will be like a little bit of a light here. And ooh, so like a brush? Yeah. A stamp is a custom, or I don't even know if it's called a stamp, I'll be honest. I like calling it a stamp because I think it's a neat idea. Let's see, add this guy here possibly, and then we'll do. I'm thinking of making like this guy here, the brown that we see, but it's like a warm brown. I want to go for like a cooler brown, so that would be over here. Oh, no, it's not brown. That's red. Brown, like a cooler brown. So that would be, I guess, over here, wouldn't it? And then you'd add the brown here, but like a beige could probably work. Yeah, like that. I think that looks more like a potion bottle. And now, speaking of stamps, we can do that guy here, and then we can just put this here, and then here, and then here, and then here, and then here, like that. And Evil McGee won't take behavior. And in the fine print in the TOS, after you eat a Necrotype Cafe, when you die, you are a permanent customer. Well, the thing is, you gotta remember, Ame, Gabriella is very deathly, well, not deathly, I suppose, but she is very afraid of spiders, so I'm not spiders, ghosts, so I'm not sure if she would agree to, or if she would even add those terms. Ethics aside and everything, it doesn't seem like something she would do. It seems like a very bad idea in the long run of things if she wants to stay away from ghosts. Not the best idea. We'll go ahead and save this guy here. I just wanted to update the texture just a little bit. So we have our potion or our drinks here, or caps, and they're undead. Yeah, that's the thing. And Necromancer is just reanimating. There are ghosts. Oh yeah, she's fine with zombies. It's just ghosts she doesn't have an issue with. Oh boy. Let's see here for our parchment paper. How can we do this? How can we call it a little scroll? Technically speaking, what we could do maybe is have these as little like scroll objects. That would be better. A little, yeah, you know what? Actually, it's a shame. And this is why placeholders exist as placeholders. I'm thinking we make these scrolls instead. And that way we can draw, let's see, scrolls on shelves, SCROLLS on SHELF. Yeah, I got an idea. I got a great idea here. What we'll do is we'll go ahead and remove all of you here. So I'll select all of you here in our restaurant ethics. That's some oxymoron shenanigans. Oh boy, we'll save this guy here, and then we will go ahead and add, oh, hold on, I like that color, so we'll take it back. And then we can do, let's see, infinite money glitch. Oh boy, we'll select all of this here, have that go there, have that go there. The question is, how can you make it seem like it is actually part of the inside? Maybe if you do this here and have this come inside, so something like that there, maybe, possibly, hold on. If you go down a little bit more and have this guy as the bottom bit here, right? And then you have the inside. The inside of the scroll is darker. And that's what I'm wondering. How can you make it seem like a darker scroll? Maybe something here and here, and then you would have multiple of these guys. So, for example, here, if we grab a little brush guy again, you would add, oh no. Oh boy. You add it, let's see, here, and then here, you'd add it there. That could definitely look like scrolls. I can see it. We can add them maybe here and here. Something here, hold on. We'll add that there then, and I'll copy you here, and now that's some decor. It's beautiful. We'll add this guy in here. I'll make this guy a little bit dark on the inside, and we can make that guy possibly like that instead, and then that instead, like that there, and then we can add that in there, And then probably do that there. And then we add in this bit here, and you would paste it to be here. Instead, maybe you could even do like that guy down there, and then you would add in this guy and this guy here. Nah, yeah, that looks like scrolls. I can definitely see scrolls. Oh, hold on. Copy this guy here. We add like a scroll here. Add a bit of a scroll here and here, and we add like a scroll here instead. And then what we can do as well is maybe add like a little bit of a highlight here, just a little bit of the guy up top. Hold on, we'll add a little bit more highlight up here. We can go even higher. And then we'll do you here and do you here. And then we'll do you here as well. And then we'll do you here and we'll do you here and you here. So all where they're kind of very highlighted at. So you go there, you would go here, you would go here, up there, and then you go here, and then you go here, and then you go here as well. And then we can see about also adding singular scripts here, so I can possibly just grab you here, paste you here, and then we'll do you here. Now that's already that lovely. Oh boy, we'll add some of the guys here. So for example, here, I might add this guy here, maybe add this guy here, paste this here, maybe add a few just that go side by side here. So maybe we could just add a few, like for example, let's see. Move this guy here, add all of you here. And then what we can do is do copy you here, paste you, oh, hold on. Copy you here, paste you here, there we go. And maybe add a few more here. And truth be told, you could probably get away with also adding, for example, let's see, erase you here, hold on, there, and there. And then add a little bit of this guy, hold on, copy, and then paste you here, and copy, or no, copy you here, paste you here, and then paste you here, that could work out. And then we can also add in like a guy here, possibly if you just do this guy here, that guy there. And then you could also add in maybe like another one of these guys that go right up here beside all of them. And then maybe that can look like scrolls though. Does it look like it would be scrolls? I'm not too sure. Oh, you know what we could do? Maybe, right? To make it look more like scrolls, we can add like a little scroll about here. And then we can have it kind of go downwards. Have it kind of leaking outwards to maybe show, hey, look, there's actually scrolls going on here. And then we'll have like a little writing to show that there's little icons going about. I think that can work. And then we'll have this guy here as the back bit because it's outwards. So this guy can go outwards back over a little bit, maybe about here. And then we'll have this guy go back a little bit here and then have it kind of go down here a little bit as it's going outwards. So something like that maybe to make it look like it's coming outwards. And then we'll have little sheen here. So actually you go there, and then you'll have a little bit of a sheen here as you're being actual paper. So let's do this here, there we go. Something like that I think can show that it's paper coming outwards. And remember the paper study. I don't. I have to do multiple paper studies. But you know what I can do? Since I can't remember, this is why memory was not made to be permanent. I can go very quickly into let's see, paper, and then we go into ace, right? And then we go into paper. Paper is you. Highlight at top, dark in middle, lighter on bottom. I understand. Totally. Right. Hold on. Okay. So highlight at top, darker on bottom or middle. Middle's darker to something here, actually. Something like that. And we can look through the surely organized file system. I already found it. Joke's on you. For once, I could remember the thing properly. And then we'll fill this guy in. And then we have you here. And then we'll have you here. And then we'll have you, let's see, here. Oh, that went all the way over there. We'll add that in, so highlight, medium, or dark, and then medium. So then you would add in the medium color here. So that's going to be actually that. And then you would add the medium color here, so something like this here. But I don't know, that doesn't feel very book to me, or not book, but paper, like a scroll quite. And something like that there, maybe we can add that in here. And remembering things is just a suggestion. Some guy, I can't remember. Oh boy. We'll then add this guy into here, and then we'll add in our darker bit here instead. I think adds like a little bit of like, what's it called? This here and that there. Or maybe we can add in that there and that there. That can definitely work. The thing is, I don't like that. That's what I don't enjoy. I think it would be better off going highlight here or something. I think that's okay. I don't want to work on this too much. I'm just doing this for the sake of having something feel as though it's actually the two different ones. So I'm going to add a little bit of a darker guy here now. And we'll make this guy go up a little bit more. So something like that there to show that it kind of curves around. If that at all makes sense, we can put that kind of there maybe, and then have it come here, and then maybe have it even go down here and down there like that there. That could look like it's kind of coming outwards possibly. And then we'll go ahead and save this guy here. So we'll copy you, and then I'll copy you, flip you here, and we'll put you, where can we put you at? Oh no. You can't go there either. Oh no. Let's move you then to here, and then we'll move you to here. There you go. And then you would go about there. There you go. Fill that in. Okay. And then you would go here. There you are. Okay. So paper scrolls go there. And the thing is, we're seeing the top. So I'm realizing as well that this perspective is all wrong. But it's okay. Truthfully, we should be seeing more of the paper. So something about here, like the paper going backwards in time. But you know what? Fine. This is placeholder. It's fine. It's okay. So we'll save this guy here. And now we have our bookshelves updated. The thing I wanted to do, though, was I wanted to make our icons here paper. So this actually does have to get changed, unfortunately. Not by much, though. What we're going to do then is we're going to make this guy go to the bottom so I can see everything else here. You can see that all of these guys here, I believe, what's the biggest sprite that we see here? The sprite there, sprite there, sprite there, sprite there, sprite there. Yeah, if we do a new layer here, add that new layer here, and then we were just to add like a brown guy here, these colors that we have already. And oh, mold cake! How could you? All over again. Let's go to our paper here, book. Hold on. If I go to our, not our book paper, I want to go to our book page sprite. Yeah, book page sprite. Let me open up that guy here in our, hold on. I gotta grab the file of everything. So grab this file here. We should be able to grab the book sprite file, this guy here, but I'm looking specifically for the book, possibly. So book here, open up, show in file manager. Hold on. Let's see here. You, book, you here. Here we are. I wanted to grab this. So we'll close this guy here. And I wanted to grab this because I want the colors. And I'm going to grab these colors. So we should then be able to go back to, as we save this guy here, should be able to close you here. And then close you here. Don't need you. And you here. You're fine. You here. And the mold always returns. Never ever I say. Not true. Not true one bit. What I want to do is I want to make like a, hold on. If I just slide this guy over here very quickly and we do another new layer here, I would like to add a very simple scroll. So something like here, and then we'll have this guy here, and then we'll actually do this guy here. So you'll do, let's see, you'll actually be, hold on, you'll go here, I think, instead. Or rather, if we want the scroll to fit everywhere, we would do something here. I think this guy is probably the biggest that we have. So we can have this guy kind of turn in here, and then we have this bit here kind of come outwards. And then this guy will go upwards a little bit, so something here instead, something about up there, and then we do that there. And that actually does not encapsulate everything. Oh no! So we would either have to make this guy smaller, but again, it doesn't have to be as it is at the moment. We're just doing things temporarily, so we'll just make this guy go over here. We'll make this guy go over here. We'll then add this guy. I think it would go out a little bit more, so probably like that there, right, for our scroll. And then this guy here would be our outline. So probably something like this here, that there, all of those guys there, there, and there, and there. Something like that. And then we can go ahead and delete this guy here. So delete you here. And does this look like a scroll, do you think? Granted, it's in our cake colors here. If I hide this guy and we just fill this in. So I go and save this guy here, save that guy here. We fill that guy in. And then this guy here would be the scroll colors you would see at the top here. So that would be all of that there. All of that would be the top, yep. And then the words are wording. So that would go here instead and fill that in there. And then, if anything, I think you would add like a highlight color. So maybe we can go up a little bit, slide over to our yellows a little bit more, and you would add in now a little bit of a highlight here on this area. We could possibly do that there. Maybe even add in like a highlight here because it's coming outwards a little bit more. Though it looks like it doesn't look like a scroll. It almost looks like a pillar, which was a surprise. I wasn't going for pillar here. And we'll add this guy in, and then we can see about possibly just lowering the opacity of this, but this guy can go here, this guy can go here. It does not seem to be the case of, so we'll just make this guy a little bit smaller. Hold on. We'll make you like this here. Hold on, hold on. Your dimensions are shrinking, but it's okay. You'll be fine. There you go. You'll go there. There you go. Oh, hold on. We might need to make it wider. Oh, no! You go wider. Wider? Wider. No, you don't like wider. That's okay. I will force it. We'll do this here, we'll do this here, and then we'll do this here, and that there, and then that there-ish. There we go. Okay, I think that'll work. And then we slide this guy back over to where you were. Oh, actually, you kind of need to be less wide. Never mind, you need to go over by like 2. But then you're not very tall, so we need to make you stout. So you need to come down. There you go. Like that. That's a little coffee. There we go. That's fine. I think that'll work out just swell. And now we could even add the little steam bits that we weren't able to before. Possibly by like going up here and having it kind of go around here. There are symbols at the moment, but the hope is that this should give the players a better idea of what's going on. So this is the steamy one here. So we have this guy, we have this cookie here that needs to be a little smaller. So looky, you got a cookie here. Oh, look at it, so tiny. Oh, that's cute. We'll make you go about here and then add in the other areas here. So you'll get there, 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 and there, and there. And then you'll here, 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 and here. Well, then go ahead and make your cookie about this big and then add the 3 dots back to there. There you go. You're fine. And then we'll go back to this guy here and the cake. And let's see. If we make the cake smaller, how might we do that? Reduce your size by like, No. That's a cake, apparently. And so is it coffee or hot cocoa? Did I say coffee again? Oh no, I'm getting confused by my own thing. That's no good at all. File new, do that guy here, do this guy here, and then if we do sprite size, if we reduce you by like 50, what does that look like? 50, yeah, we just make you, oh, you're so tiny. Not good. And he's just a little guy, 2x3. We can go and close our paper study here, close our book sprite here, close the sprite, it was not helpful, and then we'll grab back to this guy here, and a little snail. Oh boy, we'll go ahead and go back to here. I think this is fine. This is just about the idea. It's in the area, so we'll keep it there. I should be able to just save that there. We'll go ahead and save the bits. Oh, hold on. I grab, undo you here, undo you there, save this here, and then we do this guy here. Should just now be able to add the little rounder curve so that it's not too weird looking. So something here, I'm thinking, possibly here, and then maybe we can even add another rounder bit here, possibly there to add a rounder look to it. And then we can see about also adding in a dot here, and then maybe we can also make this guy a little bit bigger for the personification of just, hey, look, it's coming out of it. We'll grab this guy then, add it up here, add this guy here, remove this bit here then. And actually, I like it going down. I could see the thing then. So we'll see this. It's a little wobbly from all the decomposition. It's just a little bit. Oh boy, it's got a little bit of character now to it, which is a little interesting. We'll then save this guy here. And now, if we go back into everything, we go back into our game here after doing all of that for the aesthetics. If you take a look at the new shelf. New and improved. What do you think? I do like it. We're going to have to move that guy over. But take a look. It definitely does feel like there's actually stuff on there now, which I think is super duper. And it's decomposing. Oh no. Decomposing, not decomposition. They feel so similar. Oh boy. Let's go ahead and slide our sprite over to the over to this area here if it allows me to. I just wanna grab the sprite and slide it over to where it should be, about here-ish. There we go. And then in our items, so our plate, nope. We need to go for bookshelf, nope. We need to go for our item. I think item is it? Item, scene here. No, it's going to be product. Product is what it's going to be. Product to sprite, scenes, product sprite here. And then re-import. And the shelf is escaping! Don't let it release! And the mulch runs the poor cake! There is no mulch! If anything, we might make the colors lighter again now that we have the, now that it's not a white outline. I think we possibly could. The thing is that these are supposed to be items that you would be able to add. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. And then you would see this guy here, and then you would go into here, and oh, we're going to actually have to move that out. And these guys are now super tiny. Oh, that's adorable. I think we definitely are going to have to change it, which is unfortunate, but I do like how it works here at the moment. And that is neat that you can kind of see them being selected here. The colors are a little bit off, but it's not too bad. We need to go back to our, where are we at? Cafe here. And oh, that's cute. Oh, that's lovely to hear. And let's see, we go back to cafe here. Let's just go ahead and make sure our bookshelf here is doing what it needs to do. It needs to go over here. There you go. Lovely. And then I like the glow. I'm glad. I'm so glad to hear that. And I wonder, should we modify the potions, you think? The potions. Flavor! The flavoring! See, this is why I think it should be changed in colors or something. It's supposed to be ink. That's the thing. These are supposed to be. The idea is that, again, magic isn't done through, like, ingredients. The idea here is that this is ink and you have paper. So all Gabby does is she just writes down a poem with the ink corresponding to it so she can tell in her mind, yes, I don't have to sing this like this, and I know I have to sing this like this for her poetry. That's the idea behind it. This isn't actually a potion or a brew. This is just colored ink. And let's see. Yeah, I feel like that. I like that a lot. I think the last thing I would change very quickly is we go back into here, and then we go into here. I am going to do a small modification here. Not too much. We're going to go to File, Adjustments here, see about modifying the saturation. If we just lower down that saturation here, no. And if we change the hue here to like a purple, well, you know, that's not too bad. That's pretty nice. I do like that blue. That's a nice blue. And no A-Sprite stream tag. Look inside. A-Sprite is heavily used. Well, the thing is, it's used a lot in game development. We aren't specifically today focusing on A-Sprite, but I do like making sure that my art is lovely. We have brightness. We can lower down the brightness. We can up the brightness. Ooh, that's pretty nice. Now, that's definitely radiation. I can't say that. No, I see nothing wrong with this. Not at all. This looks very healthy and edible. Oh boy, boy, we'll go ahead and grab this guy here. Undo that there and redo that there. I just wanted to, nope, I eat that. No, Chapel. That's not a good thing. There, it's awful. That's, I definitely don't think that's good for your health, you know? Oh boy, I just wanted to up like the saturation a little bit. I wanted to change it to like a brown or something was what I was looking to do. Something that's a little bit different that reminds it of the paper a little bit more. We can up the luminosity here. We can up the saturation, we can lower the saturation. If I click on OK here, and we go for like a guy here that's like brighter, something that's like, I think here, and then we take that as this color here, and then we make this guy a little bit darker, so we go like here and here, and then that would be that color. And then you go darker even still, so darker here, and you would go for like this color, oh no, this color, and then you would go for darker over here, you get that color there. It doesn't work the way I would have hoped. And ignore the glowing bit radiation from my stomach. Technically, everything is edible once, and mold. No, Eris. I said teeth in one eye. Ignore the glowing bit. Hold on. Did I miss something? Nope, I eat that, and ignore the glowing bit radiating from my stomach. Hold on now. What did I miss? Oh boy, I do kind of like the purple. The purple's a nice feel. It has a nice feel to it, and the art. And ignore the gliding. Is it an eye? I see the teeth. Oh, I see. I found it. Hold on, let's see if I do like a up, down. No, that doesn't help it at all, but do you see it? You add little tiny legs here, and then you add a little arm here. Perfection. He just wobbles back and forth as you're about to fight him. Oh boy. I see it, and now that I've seen it, I can't unsee it. Thanks a lot. We'll go ahead and save this guy here for our highlighty color. We'll then go this guy here for our next color down. So it's going to be this color, I believe, and then this is going to be our darker color here. So we're going to go for that color here for our darker color here. Granted, actually, I'm going to do this as our color there, and then that last color here. I think it doesn't quite go well. You know what we're going to do instead? We're going to change this guy to this color here. Oh, undo that there. And then we're going to make you the darker color here. And then we're going to make you that color. You're going to be that color here. And then we're going to make the white color here. Oh, hold on. Grab that color here. There we go. And you're welcome. Thanks. And I do that in what's the Matman emo? Well, what do you mean emo? Can you elaborate? Wait, I'm not quite too sure on that one. Check. We'll add this guy here, and then I think add a highlight here. I think that works a little bit better, possibly. Do you think it feels like it could look like a cookie from far away? Does it feel like a cookie? Feels more like a moon, truth be told. The cake works. The cake definitely looks like a cake. That, not quite. This one is a little bit harder to see. Maybe we go for like a darker guy here. So something like that. Hold on. Like this, and this. That's definitely easier on the eyes. I can see that a little bit more. So it'll make me make that guy the darker color here. So grab that guy there. Go for the darker color here. Oh, hold on. Darker guy here and then here. There we go. And looks like a lazily drawn worm. Which one? This looks like a wormer. What exactly? We'll grab this color here, and then we'll grab this color here for that color there. There we go. Something like that for all the three guys here. And that way, it has a little bit more flavor and get it when we go back to here. As now, if I re-import all of our guys here, and we save that here, and then we go to our save, and then we were to go to our scripts, or not scripts. We now go into our product icon, product, P-R-O-D-U-C-T, product sprite. That's not product sprite. Product sprite. There we are. We re-import it. I thought the green didn't look... I like the green because it feels like... Oh, hold on. What did I miss? What did I miss here? Oh, I see. Grayscale. Grayscale was added. Hold on. Okay, now re-import it. Try all over again, Godot. I understand you. Hold your horses. There we go. Something like that. I think that might look a little bit nicer, and it feels more like she is green. The purple, though. The purple, I think, makes it look a little more in line with that purple and cream. Feels as though it goes a bit more together. I would want to change the color of the things, but we're not going back. Hold on. What am I missing? Why? Did you see it? It reappeared. Why did it reappear? Oh, that's no good. Hold on. Do we have to redo the filter clip? Hold on. Save that guy here. Product sprite to filter. And green gives it a Game Boy vibe, but the purple looks better for the environment. Purple does feel as though it's everywhere. I'm wondering, why is that line back? We have filter clip enabled for you, filter clip enabled for you. For our item here, so for our product item, there is a lot of area around the edges. So why are we getting that line? Do you see it? There was that funny line again. Filter clip is enabled for this guy here. Where else could filter clip have an issue at? Maybe the player could have filter clip have an issue here. Region filter clip maybe? I don't know. Filter clip out there and Sheeter's back. Della friend! Oh boy. We have you here, filter clip. We have an item here. You don't have a thing on. Sprite, you have that there. Filter clip, filter clip, filter clip. Filter clip, you there. We can also make sure that you have your thing on here. Your customer here. Let's grab our Necromancer here as well, just in case. Necromancer scene here. Make sure you're also that there. We'll also make sure your Tutorimancers also have you here. And make sure, oh, where's our Tutorimancers? T-U-T-O-R-I. Tutorimancer scene. That's not a Tutorimancer scene. Tutorimancer scene. There we are. Region. Filter clip. Okay. So, I made sure to do with everyone here. And hi! Oh, I am not quite sure how to pronounce that name. Is it Vaskai? Maybe? Please correct me if I'm wrong. I do tend to butcher names. Thank you for the follow, and welcome to the stream. Welcome into visual graphical glitches, apparently, which is unfortunate. I can't say that much. If I click back into our levels here, we can see, hopefully, no more line, hopefully. I'm wondering if maybe... Did you see that? Hold on! Hold your horses here. I saw something wacky. Let's lower down Gabby's image. Oh, hold on. If we go back to player here, something changed entirely. I'm not sure what, but something did. Player here, player scene. Go back to player here. We'll set Gabby's speed to 1,000. So copy you here, set you back to 1,000 here. That way we can test it a little bit easier. And okay, so it happened near the bookshelf here. Something here happened. Okay, left. We go right a little bit. We go left a little bit. I saw it. I did. The entire thing bumped over, which is super duper odd. But I'm not seeing it anymore, so I'm not too sure what. Oh, I saw the line there next to the cake for a second there, which is, oh yeah, I saw it there. I saw it there. Yeah, it's there. It's still there. Can you see it? Hold on. Let me click on this guy here, and it should allow you to see Godot properly. If I click on this guy here, click on this guy here. You should be able to see everything now a little bit easier. Zoomed in and enhance. Zoomed, enhance, zoomed, enhance. Are you sure it's not your eyes and that you might be tired from all the, oh no, I saw it. Good. These are not crazy. Zoom and enhance. You see it? Did you see it beside the cake? On the right of the cake? Yeah, it's still there. We made sure to do the thingamajiggies, but they're back, which is okay. It seemed to have fixed it one way and then added an issue another way then. And I did see it again there. How odd. Interesting. As we mosey our way back over to here, and we go over here, and then we go back to here. So this guy seems fine. These two guys now seem to interact properly. You don't have to worry about the in range. So that's okay. I'm gonna move the trash can over, I think, a little bit more too. That way you can't, I would like it to be that you can't use the bookcase while you're here, so while they're both in range. Maybe that would be a good idea to do. We have this guy here. Yeah, it happened there. How odd. Yeah, I can definitely look into that a little bit more. And that walk animation was not made for It looks like she's super duper tiny. And I can hear the Mr. Krabs walking out. Oh boy. Let me go ahead and close this guy here. I'll look into it off stream. Me monies. We'll save this guy here. We'll move you back to the right proper speed, Gabby. It's all right. You're good to go there. I will look into that post. We have about 20 minutes left. And the good news is that we do have the outlines working. I believe that is what that says. So let me just double check here. I can't see it. Hold on. What does the tutorial say? Oh, make objects in range highlight. We did do that. How wonderful. Okay, yeah, that is correct. So, Bobby me boy. Oh boy, let's go ahead then, and I will add, oh, I'll close all of these folders first, hold on. Close you here, close you, actually, while I'm setting all of that up, we'll do the ad break since it will start a little bit later. So we'll do that early now, that way it won't have to happen later. So I'll have that go on while I'm cleaning up things for the next bit. So we'll close this guy here, close this guy here, close this guy here, and then all of those guys are good to go. Close you here as well. And happy customer, I hardly know her. Sounds like Popeye. Me monies. me, my boy. Oh boy. Let me go ahead and close this guy here, and then let me make sure that guy is good to go here. Save it. We'll go ahead and make sure that all objects are now, objects in range all outlined. Objects, objects, objects in range all outlined. And then we'll go ahead and do this guy here for commit and push. So it can be synced. And with that said, we'll have that committed. And next up will be, now that that guy is done, as I'll go ahead and do, where are we at with Obsidian? We are here. Yeah, Obsidian. Okay. And then we'll need to do our to-dos. Let me make sure I click on this guy here, click on tilde, make sure this says done. And then I can just disable that guy, send, it should be there. And that finishes it. Look at that. Lovely. So next up on the to-do list is, yeah, we might need to talk about that. I forget. We have a plan here. We have a way of motion, so it's all right. Oh, no. We just need to add now like a command that says highlight option. So now I know exactly what we need to do. We now need to link controls to objects, or link controls to options. Is that the way to describe it? It's link controls to link usable controls. I think that's the best way to describe it. Link usable controls, C-O-N-T-R-O-S with UI. There we go. Link usable controls with UI. I think that's what we'll do next. And then we'll do that guy there, so we should be able to link it. And then I can explain a little bit more after our minute is up. Well, I get a little bit of what here. Let's see. Tasty. Yes, indeed. That is the next step, as this guy is going to bug me if we don't take care of it now. So I say we take care of it, make sure it's doing what it needs to do. And hydration, I
Check 14 just redeemed
if I
hydrate.
must. Let me go ahead and get a little bit more hydration here. Hydration has been attained! Thank you for that routine check. Oh my, we are making a lot of progress though, I can say that. I wasn't sure how hard it'd be to do the objects in the game that aren't the items, so I'm glad we did figure it out. Which means we are one step closer to completing another step of the tutorial. We had to do a step within a step, and then a step. So I'm glad it seems to be the case that we are on to the next step of steps. And with that said, I can sit up a little bit straighter here, but my back doesn't cry too much when I'm done. Oh boy, I don't know. You do the back stretches, you do the back, like raises, maybe? What part of the muscle is it? I'm not quite too sure. Welcome back from the ad break. Welcome back. You have not missed anything at all. I know though now what we are going to do next, as you should be able to see in the top left corner there that there are buttons that it says that we can use. What we're going to do is make it so that the buttons actually say what the player is able to use. We have right now currently in our options the ability for the player to use, for example, here top left or bottom left. So we now have it so that the player can be, or the options can be assigned. So we're going to make it so that this guy can be disabled or enabled depending on whatever the player wants. So that if they want the hints to pop up, they can have the hints pop up. But if they don't want the hints to pop up, then they can turn it off. And ow, I accidentally brought carbonated water. Ow, it's terrible. Carbonated water? Why did you say ow? Is it because it feels spicy on your tongue? Oh boy. So let's go ahead, and what we'll do is now we will make it so that if an object is highlighted, that means that the player can use the thing. Or yeah. If an object is highlighted, that means you can do press to interact. So, can you, question, send a signal to, or no, that wouldn't work. Okay, I take it back. It is all right. What we're going to do is we're going to do utility dot, Now, how can we do this? It's if an object is still highlighted. So anything that has an okay, you know what? We'll do this. We'll have a function for update highlighted. Function for update highlight notifier. So function for, let's see, this should be not in utility. Hold on. That there, save, and player. So what we're going to do is we're going to say, there we go. Okay, so function for update 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 underscore notifier update highlight notifier, and then this guy is going to be void here, and then we'll do a pass. So the idea is that if it is the case that we have nothing left in our guy, then we want to send a signal saying, hey, there's nothing in range that you can highlight anymore. I think that would be a good idea. So it's going to toggle it on and off depending on what we have in range. And this update highlight notifier is going to go in a few places. it's going to go in our range here. Let's see. Enter, E-N-T-E-R-E-D, entered. So on detection range area entered. And we'll do this guy here. So we'll do it here for update highlight notifier here. And we'll also do our update highlight notifier for you here. So we'll do it for both of these guys here. So on range enter and exit it, be it an interactable or a game object. We will also say here for on detection customer range, we'll also put that here. And we'll also do here. So we'll do if body is ghost as well as here. So anytime that we have the range entered or exited, we'll have this update highlight notifier. And in our update highlight notifier, we'll have here when it is to be enabled or disabled. And carbonated water is a crime against Mother Nature. Hold on now, check. That's some strong emotions there. And hi, Agape. Welcome back into stream. Welcome back in. I hope your day or insert time zone here has been lovely. Oh my. So we'll say that if let's see, return or if var for let's see, interactables, I can interact, CN underscore INTERACT can interact with things in range, in underscore range, and it's going to be a bool, and this bool is going to equal if there are objects in range. So let's see, customers in range. So if customers in range dot is empty. So if this is true, and then this is true, and then this is going to be our items in a range. So items in a range is going to be dot is empty, and then we're going to do and is interactable. So interactables, INTERACTA, interactables in range. So let's see, interactables in range. So let's see. In underscore range is going to be items in range. Yep, we have items in range. Interact with items in range. Nope. We want to look for our interactables in range. Hold on, back up to here. And does update the update highlight notifier mean it will be checked every frame? Nope. Thankfully, the thing is that this goes off anytime an object enters the player's range. So what you should be able to see, hopefully, is that if we go back to our where are we at? If we go back down to our guy here, what you should be able to see is that if an object in range, detect area, if object is interactable and if object is game object, do these things here. So I guess to make sure that we don't do this anytime an detect range area is entered, we could always just, for example, also do like a return if it's not either of those things there. I don't think that's warranted though. I think it's okay to do updated highlight here because it's just checking to see on detection range entered. Is it an object or is it an interactable? You know what? Actually, I don't think it would be too bad when I did it like do double, I guess. Or we could just do here as well. The var object equals you there. And then if object is, and then we can do if object is interactable, or object is game object, and then we'll say here, if not, object is or not, and then we'll do here, not you, then we do return. So we can do something like that too. That could also work. And hi Shrimp, welcome back into stream. Welcome back in. I hope your day or intern time zone here has been lovely so far. We can do this. This is also a thing. So if object is not an interactable or not a game object, then we can return. And then we can do here on exited. So this is on entered. This is on exited. So you would just do this guy here again. And then we would do here also for our customers. So this is for interactables or game objects. And then we would just have here a host or customer. So what we do here is that if if body, and then we'll do body here, and then we'll say customer here. So customer here, hold on, customer here, or ghost. And we'll do ghost here, and then we'll just do this guy here. And then we'll go ahead and do this guy here for this area as well. So those guys get added. That way, just in case of the safekeepers. Yeah, that's a great idea, Jax. So the thing is, if we didn't do this, then anytime a body, so anytime a node 2D entered the range of this, then it would be counted. So it wouldn't be every update. It would just go off anytime something entered the player's range. But do we check to see, or we want to make sure that if it is the thing that we're checking for, then we can definitely add like a fail safe in there. I do like that idea. Well, it was a great suggestion. And I don't mind the crash out. Oh boy. And then now that we're down here, we can say that, we can say that there are no objects in range. No underscore objects. No interactor can't interact with anything in range. CANTININTERACT. Hold on. Can't interact. Underscore with underscore anything underscore in underscore range. Can't interact with anything in range. And then let's see here, and we need to do item customers, and we also need to check for game objects here. game objects. How do we describe you? We have customers, we have items and range. What's the last one we have here? Customers, objects, items, and range. We should have one for our game objects. I just don't remember what we called it. And sounds nerdy enough to work. That's the plan. We have your item interactables, customers. Oh, here we are. Just grab all of these guys here. And then we'll do. Okay, so if this is empty, if true and true and true and true and true, if all of these are true, that means that nothing is in range. And just still learning the fundamentals, but having lots of fun learning bits and pieces of code. That is always such a lovely thing to hear. Oh, you know what we could do as well? We could do this. That is an option here. Does the switch case, would that be a good idea? I guess no. I'm wondering, what would be the best way to see about doing this data here? Because we can do dot empty, dot empty, dot empty, dot empty. It's a lot. It is definitely a lot. And I'm wondering, is there a way we can modify it? I don't think so. I don't think so at all. So we'll just do customer and range here. We have items and range, so we'll do ghost and range here. Then we'll do our items and range here. So we'll go ahead and do this here. Items and range is dot is underscore empty. Empty, and I guess you could do, for example, you'd be able to do and then you would do this guy here, right? And you could do that there, and then you would do and then you would grab the item interactables and you would do dot is empty. So dot is empty like that there. That definitely doesn't feel as bad. So if you can't interact with anything in range, then we'll go ahead and say that we should disable the feature of the UI. Otherwise, go ahead and enable it. So we'll do here utility dot. And then we'll go ahead and say toggle, or rather set control player, player underscore control, and then we'll do underscore VISIBILITY. We'll input our can't interact guy here, and then we'll go ahead and do here dot emit. This isn't a signal yet. And what are you trying to check again? What we're doing is we want the controls to appear on the screen only when we can use them. So anytime something's interactable in the game, and
just redeemed
it can certainly do that. Anytime you can interact with something on screen, we want the thing to say, hey, you can interact with this. But if nothing can be interacted with, then we want to say, oh, well, there's nothing you can interact with. So there's no need to have a detection go off. Let me get that redeemed. Thank you for that one, Chapel. Thank you. And with that said, we have utility.setPlayerControlVisibility. And then we have here. And what I'm thinking as well that we'll do is, we are going to have, how can we do this? I would like to do some sort of global variable to keep track of everything. I think that would be our best bet for our control screen, because it would allow us to say, hey, this is our book control screen, and this is our object control screen. I do like the sound of that. So what I'm thinking is at least we would have a guy here. There's a lot going on here. For example, you can see var player.varDesk. I'm thinking we have a var here for player control screen, player, CONTROL underscore SCREEN, and it's going to be a player control screen. So it's going to be a control screen here. And then we're going to set this equal to null. And then we're also going to have here a book control screen. So book control screen. Save that guy there. And this will actually allow us to also do a, what is it called? Setting to check and see. So this is fine. And then in our options, so we'll go back to our options here, our options guy, our options screen. And would it make sense to have an interactable array rather than check all the other arrays? Do you mean like combine all of them? That definitely could work, but it seems like it would be the same exact thing, because we have different arrays to check for different things. So we're checking to see if all of these, the thing is, it's like the array itself is checking for different things. For example, there are customers, I guess you could say, or you could call or have some sort of attribute to everything that isn't interactable and have them in their own array. That is definitely a thing you can do, since a customer is interactable and also an object is interactable. But since I have them categorized differently, then yeah, I could see this being a thing of, and I don't remember what it is, but composition, I think that's what it's called. Where, for example, if it has a interactable node, then you could say, you go in this script. I could see that being a thing, yeah. At the moment, it's not made like that, but that definitely could be a thing to refactor it into instead. And ignore it that it doesn't matter, this game will probably not have enough. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm not too worried about optimization, but you do make up a great point about optimization. And with the background in C++ I have, I'm still learning where composition can go. The first time I learned about it was using state machines. I'm more used to, I think it's polymorphism, where it's the thing of, no, I don't think it's polymorphism. It's the idea where you have the parent and then the children, and object-oriented. Yeah, object-oriented programming. I think that has less to do with composition. It's more, yeah, less a composition. It's less composition focused. And it can be either composition, inherence, yeah. I'm used to inherence, and I'm still learning about composition. And depending on how much you go about it, yeah, inherence. Inherence is a thing that I was taught how to do. So learning about composition is still something I am learning, but it would be a great point to do. The prototype is kind of gonna explode anyway. Why bother? Have hope, check, have hope that the project is going to go beautifully. Look at her go. How could you lose faith in those eyes right there? Are you going to tell her no, huh? How could you deny a face like that? Let's see here. Let's go to our note. You cruel monster. How dare you? You have no heart. Oh boy. Let's go ahead and in our options screen here, we're going to have options menu here, options menu here. There we are. We have currently our control screen here, but what we're going to do instead is we're going to link these control screens, since the controls should only appear in the options menu and in the player menu. This should be fine though, since we're in the options guy here. So I'm going to remove our control screen. We don't need it anymore. It should be a-okay and fine to do. Or you know what, actually, I guess this guy here would modify the settings a bit. And no, I didn't mean no, I meant no, I won't. Oh, I see. Here, I thought you had no heart. Oh boy, you know, all code is held together by hopes and dreams and always one indirection away from blowing up. I agree. And it's custom composition, like adding objects inside of a larger object, and the larger object manages them. If I had to describe composition of Saif, I can do this a little bit. If we go into concepts here, there we are. Okay, so from my understanding, it is the idea that, say you have a bird, hold on, yeah, okay. You have a bird, so you have a bird object, B-I-R-D, bird object, and you have a plane object, P-L-A-N-E. So you have a plane object and you have a bird object. The bird is classified as an animal. That's its parent, A-N-I-M-A-L, and the plane is captured as a, oh no, V-E-H-I-C-L-L-E, I think, right? That's vehicle, right? And it's not a bird, it's not a plane! Let's see here, if I go then to here, let me just make sure, V-E-H-I-C-L-E, vehicle, right? That's how you spell it, I think? Yes, okay, lovely, okay, so you have a bird that is a child of the class animal, and then you have a plane that is a child of the class vehicle. However, both a bird can fly, so can fly, a bird can fly, F-L-Y, fly, and a plane can fly. But the issue is that in order to implement both of these, is it going to have to be a thing of how now you have to combine both of these guys so now they belong to the same parent? Or when it comes to composition, you can take parts of something and make a whole. So then instead of it being anything that is an animal could fly, you can grab this fly guy here and it exists on its own. And anytime you add fly as an attribute of it, it can fly. That's it. So it kind of breaks things down so you don't have to make it, this can only be the thing of this. It's a lot more free-flowing. I haven't ran into a downside with composition yet, but all in all, it seems like the more flexible option, and I do like flexibility. And let's see here. Composition is a relation of X has Y. Inheritance composition is a relationship of X has Y. Inheritance is a relationship of X is a type of B. OOB supports both, by the way. Neither is more or less object-oriented. I see. Interesting. I don't know, but pigs can't fly. Hold on now. Who says that? Chapel, how dare you have any imagination? Hold on there, pig. Yeah, see that? Yeah, hold on now, hold on. There you go, now it flies. And object-oriented programming. What's the B stand for then, instead of P? And has, indeed, with that said, hopefully that cleared things up a little bit. Let me go ahead and erase this guy here. Actually, I don't even need to use the eraser, I can just do, there we go. And let me bring you back into programming here. And while you explained that well, job wig with wings. It's too late for that, Jeffel. But it will live on in my heart. And let's see, did I miss anything? Held together, yup, and burb, plane, OOP, I see, programming. Bro chacho. Radical. Tubular. Oh boy, I'm thinking then we're going to have our options menu connect to a some sort of settings or something of the case, I think. And I'm not too sure because, right, our option menu exists on its own island. And then our control guy here, so our control screen, it also exists on its own island. So how do we make them talk back and forth? And I'm wondering, right now at least, our control screen does not live within, or how do I describe this? Our control screen doesn't live within I'm thinking of only having the control screen live in the cafe, but if you want to modify the controls and you're in the main menu, how would you do that then? And what's up, homie broski, tubular? I catch your groove, fella youngin'. And I'm manager. How's the migration of OOB going? Junior dev. You mean OOP? Manager, no. OOB. What's OOB? Object-oriented bugs. Yuck! And welcome into stream. Beeble, maybe? Beeble V. What a lovely name. Welcome in. And to you as well, Frost Voxel. Welcome in, and thank you for the follow. Oh my. With that said, I'm thinking what we can do is we have a test option screen, and then if it has been modified or something of the case, so what I'm thinking here is instead we have a control screen here. So the cafe has a control screen, 2 control screens, and the options menu also has 2 control screens. I think that'll work out. And what I'm thinking is then we will say, in our options menu here, we'll modify things a little bit here. And I'll compose this into my own class meme now! And a little wave there, hello. Let's see here. So for our options menu, we have a guy here. And then this guy here is our, hold on. This guy here, nope, you're in there. Our hint control. And our hint control panel is selected or assigned to a control screen. So if it is the case that the current game is not in game, then we are going to reference the, how can we do that? Tricky. Okay, The current issue at the moment is that I'm thinking of connecting cafe here. If we go to this guy here, our screen. Where does our screen live? I was thinking of putting it in the cafe scene, but if for whatever reason, for example, you would want to modify, if I go here, I think home screen here. Yeah, if you want to modify the controls from this screen, so from the home screen, you're not in the cafe. So how is the player able to know the check and redo all of those things? Because here, it does not live here. It lives in the cafe. So do we make it live on the options menu? But the option menu has to be hidden. So it's like, I don't know where to put it at. And you messaged, oh boy, let's see. Let me save this guy here. And then let me go ahead and do, have you do, let's see. I'm thinking at least our calibration screen, our guy here. We do that guy here. Why is, because you exist in the options menu. You exist here, isn't it? No. Hold on. Where are you coming from? Where do you live? Where? Let's see. Calibration menu. We have our advanced sprite checker. We have our options menu, our main menu, our menu back screen, our home screen here. I am very confused where this guy is coming from. And I did read that as well. Let's see. I'm wondering why it's doing what it is. Is it a case of our main menu? Where's our calibration screen living? If I go in here into calibration, what's the secret club at the bottom? Hold on. Back in the home screen here. Home screen here. Secret club at the bottom? Do you mean this button here? Or what button exactly? Let me go here to our calibration. No, not calibration, control. CONTROL. Control screen here. Control screen here. Control screen. Where are we at? Control screen. Control screen. Here you are. I should be able to right click this guy and then view owners, and it only exists in the options menu at the moment. So if I go to my options menu, where's our control screen at? I don't see it. Where do you exist? CONTROL. Control game hint, controls here. That's it. That's all I see. There's no control screen here, which is odd. We go back to our home screen here. Okay, now it's removed. It had to update itself, apparently. Now we're good. And I was thinking we could make like a fake or like a mock-up of something, and then you would just take whatever settings you get from the other guy and put them there instead. I think that could work. And then whatever settings you're looking at. So what I'm thinking is, at the very least, is that we have a fake guy here for our book controls and a fake guy for the other. And then when you're in the cafe, those fake guys get assigned to other things. I think that might work. So for example, here in our options menu, what you'll do is, on ready, if the current scene, maybe we can check to see the tree. Can we check to see the tree's name, possibly? Like, let's see. Maybe, possibly. And hydration sure
Check
can do, sure
14
can too.
just
Let
redeemed
me get
hydrate.
that water. Water has been collected. Thank you for that redeem check. Thank you. Let's see. Yeah, okay, already here. Can we check the tree's name for our get tree? What does it do? Return the scene tree that contains this node. If this node is not inside a tree, yeah, can you check this tree script, or can you see what screen tree type it is? Godot 4, get tree type, possibly? That's what I'm thinking of, at least. If we do all here, can you get the type of tree? Get tree returns object of type. So if we want to get the type and see, yeah, and consume your liquid slop for life maxing, young lady. Hold on now, it's not slop, it's very nutritious, all right, very nutritious. We'll go ahead and do here a func for assign ASSIGN, assign, maybe CONTROLS controls, testing controls, assign TESTING, testing CONTROLS, assign testing controls. I'm not too sure yet. We'll just go along here for now. And then we'd have a func here, and then we'd have this guy here. Hold on, let me just, yeah, and then, why did I do the func there? I don't know, you know, sometimes I just do things, and then they happen, and then sometimes they don't happen, so it depends. Can't tell you if it is or isn't. We'll then do void here, like that, and then what I'm thinking is that if get underscore tree, is, or rather, how can we do that? Yeah, okay, is cafe. So if the scene is a cafe, we'll do something like there. There we are. And if get tree is an expression of what exactly are you angry at? If get tree is cafe, expression of type scene tree, so it cannot be of type cafe. Get tree dot get class. If get tree dot get class, hold on, dot get class. There you go. How about that? An expression of type string, hold on, let's see here. Returns the object's built-in class name as a string. Okay, that shouldn't be too bad then. We would just have to do is. So if get tree class is like that there, I think. So we would do this here, and then you would do this here, and then you would say equal like that there. Is that what you want? Okay, there we are. Get tree, get class. If it is cafe, so if we're in the cafe, it works a little bit differently. So if I go here to our scene tree, we can see that this is our cafe here, and then this is our cafe guy here. And Scrollinger's programming. The coder sometimes does things and sometimes doesn't do things. You'll never know until you open the code. Exactly. Oh my. Let's go ahead and go back here into our options menu, and my, the time goes by so quickly. We did start stream a little bit late, so we'll go a little bit more, like 10-ish minutes past our usual 5 o'clock, which is why I haven't ended yet, but I think we can do this as, it doesn't have to be too bad. If get tree dot get class, and what I want to do is have some way to see about assigning or unassigning, because if we update you, what we can say then is, for our control screen, these guys here are going to be a temporary control guy. So for example, here we have our control screen here. So we have control screen, and this is going to be 2 of them. So this guy is here and this guy is here. These guys are both here, and they'll be our own test guys. So this is going to be our player control test. So test control screen CS player test, player test, and then this is going to be, or rather player test, yeah, test. Player test, and then this is going to be our control screen for our book test. So something like here, player test, and then we have book test here. So book test. Yeah, you still didn't forget about time existing. I trust you. Yeah, 100%. 100% put your trust in me as I type book in all capital letters. I'm a reliable source. Book in lowercase, there we are. Oh boy. So we'll make these both here and here. And then what we'll have happen is we should be able to set them as their own guys. Why can we not? Back in our control screen here, they should have their own functions. Alignment, I see. Yeah, you're supposed to be not that. Alignment benign, yeah. Do we not have our at export var here? This is a script here. We have that there, and then I guess I see at export var, current position. There you go, current position. And that gives us a little guy here for our testing. And then what I would like to do is, it's tricky. I'm not sure how to do it quite yet, but I want, while you're in the screen, for these 2 guys to be updated. Then when the option menu is closed, it goes ahead and updates those guys depending on what they are. So this is our player test, and this is our book test. So what I want to do here is I want to have a function, I think, and a function for update position. Yeah. update so-and-so position. So what I'm thinking is, in our controls guy here, we'll have one for set offset ratio, add control, change layout position. We do have that there. What I would like to do is maybe we do a signal then. Signal might be best. A signal might be best, maybe. It just depends. For example, here I'm thinking a function here, and then we have a function here, and we would do update. So update update, update position, update position by setting or something of the sort. Because we now already have two variables for global guys, and I'm wondering if at the moment you temporarily transfer the global guys to being, yeah, you know what? I do like the idea. No, hold on, that won't work. No, it can work. Possibly, maybe. In our cafe, we have you here as cafe. And what I'm thinking is, upon opening, we change who the guys are, and then we can kind of swap back and forth. So if we go back to our options menu here, so options menu back to here, options menu screen here. When you open up options menu, these two guys are the two screens you control. When you close the options menu, it goes back to being the cafe's two guys that are controlled. So I'll go ahead and I'll also put on here our cafe guys here. So this here is not our test. This is just our controls guy for player test, and this is our control guys for book. So these guys here will exist, and they'll enable and disable themselves depending on what is going on. So they exist on their own. And what I'm thinking is at least that we'll have our cafe here, and we'll be able to grab the cafe's children possibly. If we go into the game, go into utility here. What are our globals currently? I thought at least we should make our globals these two guys here. But I'm thinking instead possibly what we'll do is instead of doing that there, we'll remove you here, save that as that. Then in our cafe, what we're going to do instead is do a @exportReady var here. We'll set you to be this guy here, that there, and then we'll do @onReady var there, or is it going to be @onReady? Yeah, I think the @onReady is okay. So we'll just grab you here, and we'll go ahead and do that there, and we'll actually just right-click this guy here, access this unique name. We'll do access this unique name too, and then we should just be able to drag both of these out, holding Alt, and then drag these guys. So our control screen for our player and control screen for our book. Save that guy there, because our options menu does have the option to look and see if there is a cafe that does exist. So instead what we'll do is, back down here, upon, instead of assign testing controls, instead of that, we're going to do something different. Upon being enabled, we're going to check and use our guys, and upon being disabled, we're going to swap it back to our guys here. So upon being disabled, what we're going to do is we grab our test guys, access this unique name. We'll then grab this here, then drag and drop this by Alt, I think it is, for our book test and then our player test here. And then what we'll say is that, how can we do this? This is fine. We'll do this guy up here, and then we'll save this guy here. So we'll do a if utility.cafe. So if there is a cafe, if utility.cafe, pass here, and we'll do if utility cafe here as well. And then what we'll say is if utility cafe, then upon doing enabled, we're going to grab the cafe's controls and make sure that there are test controls. So if utility.cafe, then we're going to do here .u there. So utility.cafe dot, and then we'll do our player guy here. So our CS player, and our control screen player, and then we'll set the control screen player, and we'll also need our control screen for our book. So this guy here. So we need to set the settings of our testing to whatever these guys are. So book dot, and then we can do dot position. Let's see, position, current position. This guy here, dot current position. And we'll go ahead and just do that guy there, that guy there. And then we'll grab our CS book test. So book test here, dot. And then we can go ahead and do, let's see, change, I think it is. Or let's see, change layout position. Yep. And then we'll also do this here for our player test here as well. And then we'll grab whatever the current position is for our player current position here. So player goes here, and this guy would go here. So that goes there. So the position gets updated depending on what it is here. And then it gets swapped back around. So upon doing our disable, what we'll then say is that whatever changes we made, I want you to go ahead and modify them to be here. So now we have to kind of just reverse what we have. Do something to the sense of, we might just have to type it out, truth be told. I will grab you here, so remove all of you here, and then we do you here, and then we'll do you here, and then we'll do utility dot, and then cafe here, cafe. I guess maybe we could have like a universal for the position, possibly. That could also be a thing to do instead of swapping back and forth. And then we can check the type. And if it's the same type, then we update the type. That could work too. You know what? I think that could work better, maybe. Because, for example, if you're in the... Yeah, let's do it that way, I think. Hold on. Okay, I got a better idea. I think what we'll do instead of doing the enable if utility.cafe, any of that stuff, nah, don't need to do that. Instead, we're going to just check the book type. So if we're in here, we'll do a function here, and we'll say an enum for type. So we'll copy this guy here, for that there, and we'll do a type. So type here, type, and oh no, hold on. This is going to be type here, and then we're going to say player. So this is player, or it can be book at the moment. So book, player or book. Save that guy there, and then we'll do a current type. So current type here, like that there, current type here. So current position, current type. So type here, current type, there we go. And with that said, we'll also make sure that we do a none. That way, if it does not get affected, we do have a none. So we'll do that none here, and then we'll say that this is type.none. So this is type.none. So type.none here. And then we'll add a type here, add that guy here, save that guy to be there. And then we'll do var, and we'll say here, instead, we'll do a signal. So you shall be a function for, we need to do update certain type, and then take the type that we update to. So something like a function for update screen from type, something like that. And then what we'll say is to do type to check, so type to update, and this is going to be a type. And then we'll say here, a type to update is type. And then we'll say new underscore position, new position. And this is going to be a position here. And then we'll do a void here. And the idea is that if the type to update, so if type to update equals, or not equal to, so not equal to our, let's see our type. So our type here, type, what are you called? Did I call you current type? Current type. We'll say if type to update is not equal to our current type, go ahead and return. So return. Otherwise, what we're going to do is we're going to do an update on our position. So change layout position, we're going to grab that guy here, and we'll say here to the new position. So we'll change the position, new position, depending on what the type is. From there, what we'll have happen is, let's see. Update type from screen, change layout position, new position. Yep. And then we'll have here, we'll copy all of this guy here so that we have our guy. And then we'll do, let's see, upon doing ready here, we'll have our utility here. So utility, utility dot, and then we'll do u here. So change type from that there. We'll go ahead and add it to utility. I think that'll be a good idea here. We'll modify the player bit there in a second, but for now, let's just figure out where to put the signal at. I have customers entity player here. This needs to be refactored. This is one of the only files that has not been refactored yet. We'll go ahead and do a signal here, signal signal here, and it's going to be update screen from type. That guy goes there. Now, why are you angry? Oh, I know why. We have to set this to be a control screen, so controls screen dot. That should fix it. No, control screen, hold on. Why are you angry? Control screen. Oh, you're fine. You go back to utility here. Utility. It is control screen, so that is correct. That would go there, that would go there. And then let's go back to our control screen here. It's angry because we need to modify this guy here. So we need to do ready, and then we need to make sure that this is not an underscore. And then we make sure that this guy, it goes here. There we go. And then we do dot connect here, or hold on, dot connect here. Hold on, dot connect. And now refactoring, easy turn up. The thing is, I enjoy, if I had to name one thing I enjoy about programming, it's refactoring. It's a lot of fun. Could not resolve you there. Yeah, I don't know what that means. I'll be honest, I am not too sure. I remove you there and just do that there, and then we do that there, and we're just gonna do that there. There you go. Are you happy now? Okay, lovely. And so now this guy, when we emit the signal, we will connect it to here, and then make sure on our utility guy here that this guy is good to go. Lovely. Now, on our options screen, what we're going to do is do options, OPT, options on here, let's see, OPTIONS, 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 hint control, options menu. We'll just go to the option guy up here, options menu. Lovely. Okay. So up in here, instead, what we'll do is for our control game hint here, or not here, in our hint control guy, we'll go ahead and modify you here, And we'll say that set options and whatever control screen we have. So on option layout item selected, we will modify it here. So what we should be able to do now is that we'll take the control screen, change the layout position, and what we'll do here is we will do utility dot selector update from type dot emit. We're going to grab the control screen dot type, so dot type, and then we're going to grab the index, so the index of the new position, so index of whatever new position it is. So we're emitting whatever type it is to update it there. And then another thing that we have to do is upon doing ready, we'll also have to check the type of this guy here. So we're also going to say that on function ready, so function here, doing function for ready. Do we want to do it here? I don't know if it'll be initialized yet. You know what? It's fine. I think we can do it here. Yeah, we'll just do function for setup. I think that'll be fine. Set underscore up setup, so that when the options menu is open for the first time or something like that, we'll then do a void here. So void here. And then upon doing setup, what I want to do is we are going to see about if we have a control screen. If control screen, so if control screen, or actually return here, if not control screen. If not return screen, control screen, So if not control screen, or rather, I don't, sometimes I like doing that. Sometimes I like doing that equals null. I think, yeah, I do it here. Never mind, we'll do that there then. If not control screen, return. Otherwise, we do have a control screen. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab the utility dot control screen. So we'll say this is where the type comes in. So now in our utility, we're going to go back and we're going to do for our var here. And we're going to say for a var, and we're going to call it var and control screen to position. So it's going to be control underscore screen underscore to underscore position, because our utility is global everywhere. So that's why we're keeping it here. From there, we're going to make a dictionary. So it's going to be a dictionary, and it's going to be a dictionary of our control screen. So control screen, control screen here, dot, and then position, no, type. And then it's going to be control screen dot position. So type here, and then it's going to be position. So control screen dot type, and then control screen position here, position. And then we're going to make it do this guy here, I believe. And we should be able to, if I think, make this a backslash, save that guy there. I think this is dictionary, if I'm not mistaken, right? That's dictionary, or is it this here? Expected getter set for property declaration. Oh, hold on. There you go, like that there. And now you want back and like that there, right? Expected expression for value variable initiative. Hold on, that there. Do you want that instead then? Could not parse singleton. I'm not quite sure what it means by that. Could not parse singleton. We have a dictionary here. We have you there, you there. Then I want to set the dictionary up here, but the dictionary doesn't want to work. Is that better? There we go. Okay, so then we set it here, and we're going to do a control screen, so control S, control screen dot type, and it's going to be type dot, and it's going to be player here, and then we're going to do you here, and then we are going to set this guy equal to be control screen dot position, and this guy by default is going to be, I think I like the default of bottom right as the bottom one. Can't parse thy tomfoolery, simpleton. Oh, bye. Let's go bottom right here for our player controls by default. And then let's go ahead and set our book default to be bottom, I think. Bottom of the book sounds nice. So we'll make this the bottom here. There we go. Save that guy. And now, hope is that anytime we update this guy, we'll update it everywhere else. So now we go back to our hint control here. So back to our script here. And then in our setup, what we're going to do is we're going to grab whatever current option it is. So if we have a control screen, then what we're going to do is we're going to grab our control screen type and set it up. I think that'll work, possibly. Yeah, okay. Modify just a little bit. So if we have a control screen, we are going to grab the control screen type, and then what we're going to do is set the current index to whatever type that is. I think that'll be fine. We have set options here, which is our setup. So where do we use set options here? Is it in our options menu that we do set options? I do, yeah, that is. Lovely, okay, so we'll do set options here. And this options hit, yep, okay, lovely. So we'll go ahead, and it seems to be the case we'll do it on set options. So on our set options, we have our new layout array, all of those guys here. And then what we can say is, set options, we'll do here, typing, or how can we do this? we have our control screen here. Are you already automatically connected? You are indeed. So we'll just do it here in our setup. I think that's easier to do. This guy here, control screen to position. So we'll grab it here. Then we'll say if not control screen, and then we'll say return. Otherwise, what we're also going to do during our setup is we are going to do control screen dot to position. So utility dot control screen dot to position, and then whatever it is, the current position of this guy is what we're going to set it as being. So control screen to position, I should then be able to grab our current control screen. So control screen dot, and then this is going to be our type. So dot type, and then this should give us a position, and we're going to use this position here to set our current index. So we have here in our options control box. So options hint control box here. I believe that's that there, if I'm not mistaken here. Hint control box, yep. And we need to change this guy here. So we need to change our hint layout to the current index. So set the selected. So we need to do our here, options index layout. So options, let's see, options hint layout, dot index, or selected dot selected. And then we set the selected equal to the index, which is ever is going to be this guy here. Now, why are we angry? For a basic type, dictionary, position should give us an index. It should give us an int. We have type here, and this is a, let's see, control screen dot type, because it is to type. Yep. Do you want to make this into an int? Is that what you're asking for instead? Something like this? An invalid index type? Oh, hold on. Just making sure that this isn't the issue either. Hold on. Right? That good now? Are we happy? No, we're not. Okay, I might just see in a Godot I'm always angry. That's the secret. Oh boy. Control screen type here. Oh, silly. I'll go ahead and do you here, control screen type. Yeah, so our utility.control screen to position should give us a control screen type, and then our position is going to be the int, so it should give us the index of whatever this guy is. I'm just wondering why it's deciding, nah, I don't want to do that. Dot select, yeah, our select here. Oh, I know why. Hold on. Yeah, it's not a function, is it? So, we need to do that. That work for you? Let's see. Options dot select, hold on, dot, and this is going to be selected or selected equals. There we go. Is that better? And invalid index of type, that there, yeah. And then if I do selected here and we just do like a 1, is that, yeah, okay. So now we do int here and we do that there. Is that better? You're good to go there? I think? Yeah, okay, lovely. Nope, never mind. Selected is the current selected index. Yeah. And can we set the selected index of the currently selected item? Yeah, and this index I want to grab to be our control screen dot type. Oh, you know what? I know why. Hold on. I need to make it the type, don't we? Current type. There we go. That too would also help. Okay, now we're good. So we set the selected to the current type, which should allow us to always modify it whenever we're doing the set options. So the set options goes ahead and sets everything up that we need it to be. And then when the item is selected, what we then do is we update that option. So now instead, what we're going to say is that we now do update screen. Yep, we do the control screen type and index. And then we're also going to now do a utility.control screen position. So we're going to grab our current type here, and then we're going to set the index equal to index here. That way it also gets updated. So now it should hopefully be universal. And now, hopefully, when we do that emit, we should have a .connect on all of our screens. So this guy emits it, and then these guys will connect it. So this guy here, our control screen, should hopefully connect it as we set the current type, whatever it will be. And this will be the connect, so it'll be connect, and it'll modify from that there to that there, which should be good to go. And then, lastly, what we'll do is in our cafe here, upon starting the game, so upon doing the cafe here, we're going to take whatever currently is our guy here. So we'll take our guys here, our CX player, and these guys here. So our CS book, so CS book, and CS player. So player, CS player here. And now this is where we would update it at. So I'm going to go back to our options hint menu guy here. I should be able to. And here, when we do our setup, we're going to do, let's see here, control screen here. Where do we do it at? We do utility.current set to be that there. Yeah, okay. And then we do that there. Okay, so let's just copy all of that guy there. Go back into our cafe here. Go back up to here, then we can say. And this CS book, we now need to update it to whatever it is in the current settings. So we need to do control screen, change layout position, and then we need to set the index to whatever the index is from the position. So we need to do, for example, here, our book position. So our book change layout position, and this is going to be instead our utility.currentCtype, and it's going to be our book. So this is going to be book. So we would go here and we would do control screen. So control screen dot, and this is going to be type. So type dot, and this is going to be book, since it's the book. And then we're going to do player here as well. So then it's going to be dot player. So player here. Hi, Claude. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in, and welcome back. I hope your day's been well so far. We'll then do a book here for player, and then we'll go ahead and do that guy here. So that should change it here. We can then go ahead and remove this here. So this will automatically change our layout position to be updated. And then lastly, I think that's everything that we need to do. We would then have to make sure that the CS player here is set to be the bottom. Let's see, it doesn't matter about the current position, it just needs to be the type. So this is the player type. So we set that to the player type. And then we also need to make sure that this is the book type. Book type here. Lovely. Okay. And then we'll have to change the visibility. That's what I'm not too sure about right now, but that's okay. What we can do for now, temporarily, is we can set this to be the case of, we'll set the color. I think we can do layer transform, or no, can we not do modulus on a thing? Oh, that's a shame. That's okay. So we have our guys here, and then let's also do our options menu. So in our options menu here, we also need to make sure that this guy is set to be a tester player, and then this guy is going to be a book. And then let's see if all of that theoretical worked out to be the case. Oh, yes, right, our hint control box here. You are going to be assigned to a player. So let's just do player for the interact keys. And with that said, you are not going to be bottom left all of these guys here. You can go and remove you here, as you are going to be size there. Did I undo that for no reason at all? No, I think we're okay. Back in our options menu here, let's see, options hit control box. Yep, that is you here, aren't you? That there, yep, okay. We'll go back into you here, and we should be able to do options.hit control box dot set options. I want to do, there's a different function I believe we can do. New layout, yeah. So we'll just copy that for now, save that to be there. And then what we'll do is do dot set options. And on this new layout array, we're going to do, let's see, control screen dot position. We should have like a function here or some sort of thing here. Position bot top and a mode direction movement. And all this guy here. I do forget most of this, which is unfortunate. So temporarily, what we're going to do here is just do set options. And then we're going to do it here. So I'm going to add a size here, 1, 2, 3, 4, I think. We have top left, we have top right, we have bottom left, and we have bottom right here. Good to go. Save it here. And now, here is the chance to see if this works. If it doesn't, that is unfortunate, but I'm hoping it'll work first time. So we go into Godot here, we click on you here, and we click on you here. We are now in Godot. That's good news. These two guys are up here, which is also fine as well. In our options controls, this is where I'm not too sure if this will work. So if we do top bottom right here, aha. I see. Control screen dot current type, is it? Hold on. Do that there. Okay, close that. Okay, one more time. Say if we don't get a manual error. We have you here, and then we go to options here. We do that there, and hi, Axel. Welcome to the stream. Welcome in. Unfortunately, we'll be ending very shortly soon, but welcome in for the raid, and welcome in, raiders. What were you up to during your stream? As I go ahead and do slash shout out here, and then we go ahead and do at, and then we do not Axel. Welcome in. I am currently making a rhythm typing cafe game, and I am currently trying to add options on the screen so that you know what buttons you can use. And hello, and welcome in. We have top left, yeah, bottom right. Okay, it is in the bottom right. Let's do top right. Yeah, okay. So the hope is that when we enter the game, those controls that are up there in the top right should exist in the top right. So if I go into the game here, you can see, okay, well, that answers that question. Ignoring everything else you see here, I am currently making a rhythm typing cafe game where you play as a necromancer sent to a prestigious wizard magic academy, but you don't want to become a necromancer, you want to become a baker, a chef, so you decide to open up a hidden cafe in the part of the school. Ignoring all the control buttons you see on screen here, hold on, let me go ahead and click on this guy here, and then I can go ahead and enable the music here. The idea is that it is a rhythm typing cafe game, so if I spawn in customers here, a customer will spawn. You can then set the customer, oh no. The controls are messing everything up. Hold on. If we just remove that guy there and then we go for our options guy here, I might not even be able to show you depending on how well the game wants to collaborate, but I can definitely try. We hide that guy there and then we go for the cafe here. Let's then hide these two guys here and then let's see if it'll at all work. Ignore Pablo! No! Put the camera down, Chapel! Put the camera down! We'll go ahead, click here. Okay. Now, spawn in the customer. Customer, are you going to allow me to do things? No. Well, imagine, if you will, the idea that the customers will come in and sit down, they'll take their notes. Can I see the customer? Will that allow me to? So the customer will sit down, they'll read through their notes. Then you'll be able to take their notes and put them in your book here. You'll take their notes and you'll bring them on down to the area here to cast your spells. The idea here is that spell and magic is done via poetry. So you have to type out poems to the meat in order to summon food to serve the customers. And you'll see here as well that in the game, they will have different flavors that you can unlock, as flavors attribute to different things in your spells that you can cast. For example, we have here a Necromancer, and necromancy is purple and the flavor is bitter. So anytime you make a dish recipe that has the flavor of bitter in it, it will have fancy music. However, if you have something that has the flavor of sweet, which is the flavor we have for our custom class, which is a Medimancer, a healer wizard, then it'll be the flavor of sweet. And sweet is represented here by pink, and it is any song that makes it easy. So if you have a food that is sweet and bitter, it'll be easy as well as very fancy. And the idea is that as you go along, more wizards will come into the world. They'll have different attributes, different flavors, different speeds, and you can see here all the different. Oh, that's an interesting one. That's an interesting bug, isn't it? Because the player is in range of the items on the book. Oh, that's new. I'm not gonna lie, Godot's recently made me want to crash out. Godot has been painful, I can't say that much. And hi, Fetus, welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in as well. Once you grab all of the items off of the dish here, or once you grab all of the items off the bookshelf, you'll hold down Q here, and it'll start the game. And you'll see where I'm typing. So A, N, D, space, W, H, A, T, and then we have space, I, S, space, G, O, D, space, yep, I'm great at my own game. A, okay, hold on, N, D, space, T, H, okay, E, space, M, O, M, okay, and then we have E, space, N, E, V, E, R, space, B, A, N, D, E, R, S, N, A, T, almost done, 2 more, C, H, and then let's see, and then C, H, there we are. And that gives you a dish. And regularly you would pick up this dish, but our controls are all wrong because we're messing with them at the moment. But you pick up that dish and serve it to the customer. That's the game in a nutshell. And if you are curious and trying out the game for yourself, there is a prototype up on itch at the moment. So I can do Necrotype. There we go. And what is this? And what is this good at the moment? Never. Bandersnatch poetry. It's beautiful. Most of what you see here are placeholders since I've been working on this game for almost 2 years. However, it's the first game, or it's the second game I've ever made, but the first game I ever tend to release on Steam and have be a bigger game than like a game jam game. So this is like the first big game. And get it twisted, if you lock in, you can do anything. I agree. Don't let your dreams be dreams, just do it. And it ain't fun for a VR game. I see. Are you making a VR game at the moment? Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. Nope. I think we're all good. As I was saying, we're kind of ending at the moment because we're about 30 minutes over time. Stream usually ends. I went on a little bit longer because I thought I might be able to get this thing working, but we didn't get it working. And did this game paid off? Hi, is it Grigola? Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Could you elaborate on what you mean? And yeah, try to force CJ to help me out. I do hope you like then. I'm not sure. Is the CJ like a language or CJ a person? It's schedule in Necrotype Cafe for the accessible amount of $49.99 on stream. Oh no, not at all. I think it would be like probably like 10 to 15 if I had to guess. And CJ. Oh, I see. I see. I couldn't tell. Sometimes it's like C++ and everything. Well then, welcome all over again, CJ. I do hope technical difficulties don't go too worse. Let me go ahead and vote if I want to play 50. Well, you know what? You will be thanked for your generosity at least that consideration. Oh, wrong screen. This screen here. There we are. Lovely. With that said, I do stream every week. I stream from Fridays to Sundays from 1 to 5 p.m. EST. We do these sort of things with programming weekly. We also do pixel art studies so we can get better at drawing pixel art and putting it into our games. So that is also what I do. And if you are curious and following more of the development, there will be more next week, as well as if you'd like to get caught up to date on updates or behind the scenes or devlogs or things of that nature, there is also a Discord. If I do !Discord. There we are. And he wants me to give him 3D models. He is very cool. 3D models. I have had experience with that is pain. VR, I can only imagine how much harder that is. Oh, bye. And thank you for streaming. Thank you for chatting for here and there, Chapel. Thank you. With that said, though, if you're on Twitch, consider sticking around. As what was just done to us, raids are always a lot of fun. So we'll see if we can find a fellow Godoer. And I do low poly. Oh, yeah. when I do make a 3D game, or no, yeah, when I do make a 3D game, it's going to be low poly. I was never really a fan of 3D games, but I realized it's because they're super detailed and hyper realistic. As long as it's low poly, I think it'll be a fun time making it, I say, but now that I hear you suffering, I'm not too sure, and I'm feeding you a slice of bread. With that said, I'm going to go to the end screen, and then I'm going to come back if you'd like to stick around for the raid. Raiding Godot is always a lot of fun. If you're on YouTube, that'll be it for me. But if you're on Twitch, consider sticking around. Oh boy, Fred reads something! I need chocolate!